Hello guys, it is Shivam here. Welcome to a brand new video where we are going to make a 4 real projects in Flutter with the help of API integration. So first one is going to be a news app, second will be a quiz app, third will be wallpaper app and fourth will be quotes app. So after this video, you will have 4 apps in your app bucket list. So do not forget to hit that like button and let's keep the like aim for this video of 1k likes. I know you will definitely do that. Now do not forget to hit that subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the upcoming videos we upload on this channel. Now let's get started. But before we move forward, I want to introduce you with app crafting. So if you are looking for an app for your business, school, etc., now don't look further because we are going to make your budget friendly app from the scratch for both Android and iOS. You can contact us with our email or Instagram ID and get your first app with app crafting. Now let's move to the app. So here is my complete news app. So it is a landing page now and you can see the image and the text we have written news from around the world for you. Now I will click on the get started button and we will move to the home page of the app. So at the top you can see the different category like business, entertainment, general, health, sports. Now you can see a breaking news section here with a carousel slider which is moving automatically, and you can see all the top breaking news here with the image and the title. And just at the bottom you can see the trending news section where you can see all the news in the trending section. So when you will click to any of the category like business, then you will move to the page named business here and you can see all the news related to the business here. Now if you will click on any of the news, then you will move to the web view of that news so that you can read the news on more detail. Now let's move back to the home page again, and when I will click on the sports, then it will show me all the news related to the sports here, and will click it on again and can read the news on more detail. Now let's go back. So in the breaking news section you can see view all. So when you will click on the view all, then you can see all the breaking news, and when you will click on any other breaking news, as same you can read that news on more detail. Now let's go back, and in the trending news section you can see the different news, and when we'll click on the news again, then you can read that news also in more detail. Now view all. So in view all you can read all the news related to the trending news. We will use a news API here which will work as the backend of our app. So let me take you to the news API website from where you will get the specific API key, and that key you can use on the app to access all the API here. So now as you can see here, if we need all the articles about Tesla from the last month, then we can use this API and can see all the news related to the Tesla in our app. Now we have added the different category in our app. So from here we can set the category according to our choice. Now it is showing a business, so it will show all the news related to business here. Now if you are looking for the specific source, then you can use this API on the app. So now let's move to the code and develop the app from scratch. So now we will start the developing app from the scratch. So let's move and will create a folder named pages here. Inside the pages folder, I will create a new file named home.dart here. Now inside the home.dart file, I will create a stateful widget named home here. So I will write a scaffold widget here, body, container, will write a app bar here my app name because I want to show my app name at the top of the screen. So I will use app bar here. Now app bar title row. Inside the row I will pass a to text here because I want to show Flutter in black color and news in blue color. So I will pass a to text inside the row. Now I'll give some styling to a news text here. So style, text style. I will pass the color here blue and font weight dot bold. So as you can see, the text appear on our emulator, but it is on the left side of the screen. So I need to move this text bottom of the screen. So I will make the app bar center title to true. Also, we'll make the elevation to 0 because I want to remove any default elevation given by the app bar here. Now we also need to write main axis alignment makes main axis alignment dot center to center the text here. So as you can see, the text are on the center of the screen now. So after the app bar, I want to show all the list of categories here. So I will create a stateless widget name category tile here. Basically in category tile, we'll give some styling to a category we want to show in and we'll pass image and category name here. As I have shown you in the UI, there will be a image and at the top of that using a stack widget we'll write a category name. So in container I will pass a child stack here and will write image.asset and will get the images from the asset folder will create in this VS Code. So I'm writing image.asset image and will pass a width and height of the image. So to get the image, I will create a list here and we will call that list in the home page and through that we will show all the category in the home page. So I will create a new folder named model here. Now inside the models folder I will create a new file name category model.dart. In category model.dart we'll create a class and will pass a two string name, image and name, which will be the image of the category and the name we want to pass. Now I will create one more folder named services here. Now inside the services folder I will create a new file name data.dart where I will create a list of category model here and will call that category model in the home page and will show all the category in the home page. So I will create a list name get categories here and will pass a category model so that we can get the string category name and image that we have wrote inside the category model. Now I will add the category name and image one by one and will store them in the list name category here. So our first category name is business, and in category model dot image I will pass the images that we have saved on the images folder here. So let me save some of the images for the each category here. So as you can see in the images folder, I had saved all the category images that we will needed to create a category inside our home page, and we'll save that in the list name category here. So let me save all the category name and image inside the category list. Now we'll return a category where we have saved all the list. So it is done. Now let's move to the home page and we'll call this get categories inside the list. So I make a list name categories here and will pass a category model, and in the init state I will assign the all the list to a categories that we have saved on get categories function. Now let's move to the container and we'll create a column widget here. Now we'll create a container and we'll pass a list view dot builder. The reason for writing the list view dot builder is because I want to show all the list that we have saved on categories here, and will pass the each list that we have saved in the categories to a category tile where it will show us the category name and category image in the form of container. So in item count I am passing a categories length and will return a category tile, and image will pass a one by one images that we have saved in the categories here, and same for the name. Let me also explain you what does categories index.image does here. So categories, if the index is 0, then it will take the first list that we have saved in the categories section here, which will be a business image. As you can see on the top that we have saved first business list here. So it will get the image of the business.jpg inside the image and will pass to a category tile and will show the image and name according to that. So let me do hot restart. So as you can see, our app is not reading the image that we have saved inside the images folder. Basically, we need to start the complete app again and relaunch the project again. So give me a second, let me relaunch the project again. So as you can see, we have successfully relaunch the project, and you can now see the all the images that we have saved inside the images folder in the form of list view. But as you can see, the images are in the vertical position, but I want to show all the images in the horizontal portion. So I will move to the list view dot builder and will write inside the scroll direction that axis dot horizontal. Now we'll hot restart it again. So we are facing some error here. We had forgot to pass the height inside the container. So I am passing the height to the container here. Now you can see the images in the horizontal position. But we need to fix some height and width of the images here. So I will use a fit boxfit.cover, and it is now using the complete width that we have provided. Now the images are stuck with each another, so we'll provide some margin here. So we'll provide edge inset dot only right 16 to provide the margin at the right side of the each category here. Now I'll wrap up the image.asset with the clip react to provide some border radius to a image here, and we'll pass a border radius. So now we want to show a category name here. So I will write one more container here, and in the text widget we'll pass a category name and we'll give some style to a category name here. So I'm writing colors.white. We'll pass some color to a container to so that we can see the image clearly. So now you can see the image inside the images that we had passed. Now use a center widget to make a text to the center of the image. Now we'll provide some border radius to this container now. So we'll pass a border radius to the container. Now we'll give some font size to a text here, and we'll write font size 14, and we'll pass a font weight W500. I also want to provide to some margin to the first category we see here. So I will provide margin h insert dot only left 10.0. So now it looks good here. So now I am doing some more customization to a category tile here to look it more attractive for the user who are using the app. If you have any other idea to provide more styling to a category tile here, then you can go in your way too. So our category section is done. Now I want to provide the breaking news that I have shown you in the UI. So that is a moving container which will be shown one after the another. The moving container which I have shown you on the UI is known as carousel slider here. So we need to go to the pub dev and we need to copy the carousel slider package from the pub dev and we need to paste it inside the perspec.yaml file. Now run this package. Now let's move to the home.dart file. Now just below the category I will write carousel slider.builder to show all the slider that we want to show inside the breaking news. But we need to show the image and the text at the top of the image in the carousel slider. So to save the image and the text, I will go to the model and will create a slider model.dart file here. Now we will create a class name slider model here and will pass a toString name, one for the name of the slider and second for the image. Now inside the services folder, I will create a slider data.dart file where I will save all the data in the list that we want to show in the carousel slider. So I will move to the data.dart file and copy the all the data from here and paste it inside the slider data.dart file because it will be same just like the what we have shown in the category section. I will just make some changes to the code here and will give a get slider function here and will pass a list name slider and will save the list one by one that we want to show in the carousel slider. So let me save all the three lists inside the slider list that we have created. So it is done. Now let's move to the home.dart file and we'll get the all the slider that we have saved in the get slider function and we'll get them according to what we have done for the get categories function here and we'll pass a list name slider here and in init state I will save all the list inside the slider list here. The reason for calling the list inside the init state is because whenever the app is launches, then init state is the first function that usually calls, and then the whole app function starts. So as soon as the home page is called, I want that to save all the list that we have passed in the home page here, so that it takes just a few seconds to show all the categories, slider and news to us in just a few seconds. So now I will create a widget name build image here, and in build image we'll pass a image, and the index will pass the image index and the name that we want to show in the slider here. So I will create a container here. Now inside the container I want to pass the image that we want to show in the slider form. We'll create a child image.asset and will pass the image that we have saved on the images folder here. For now, I am using the images that are saved on the images folder here. But when we call the API using the news API, then I will use a image.network to show all the images in the breaking news section. Will pass a with media query dot of context dot size dot width. I have wrote the widget outside the scaffold widget here. That's why it is showing the error inside the context. So I will paste it inside the scaffold widget. So it is done. So in item.count, I will pass the slider.length, which is our list name sliders, and will get the length using .length function here. And item builder will pass the each index of the list, and will use a variable name res here, and in res variable will pass a each string, and will return it to build image. So first we need the image here. So it is asking that in res we should pass a string. So slider.index.image, and will remove a final and will write a string. So it is done. Now we'll do same for the name. So I've created a string name res1, and through the index we'll get the name of the each list here, and we'll pass it to the widget name build image. Now inside the option I will pass a carousel option. Basically carousel option is something which help us to provide the many features how we want to show the carousel slider here. So I give a height 200 because I want to show the slider with the height 200 here. Viewport fraction 1. Viewport fraction 1 because I want to show one image at a time in our home screen, and want to enlarge the center page, so I will make it to true. So let me hot reload. We are facing some error here. So let me hot restart it again. So now as you can see, we have got the slider here, but it is not in the autoplay form. I want that slider to move automatically without moving the slider one by one manually. So I will go to the carousel option and will make autoplay to true and will hot restart it again. So now as you can see, our sliders are moving automatically. So now I will remove the enlarge center page and viewport fraction and will hot restart it again. So now as you can see, the other two slider also. Now I will enlarge the center page to true. Now you can see it is enlarging the center page. I will provide some height. So now let's move to the build image widget here. Now we'll wrap up the image.asset with the clip react to provide some border radius to the image here and we'll provide some margin because as you can see each slider has been stuck with each another. We'll hot restart it again. Now it's look good. So when you go to the carousel option, you can see there are the many more features you can use according to your need. You can see reverse, false true, and autoplay interval, autoplay animation duration, in how much time you want to move to the next slider. You can also give the duration here and many more things you can try according to your need. So now I want to show the text at the top of the each image here. So I will write a container and in decoration, box decoration, I will pass the color here and will give some width media query dot of context dot size dot width and I will give some margin from the top. So as you can see the black container here. So I'll provide the margin from the top according to my choice. Now it's look good. Now I'll provide some border radius to a container here from the bottom left and bottom right. Let me provide some more height to the slider here because the user can see what all text we have wrote inside the slider clearly. Now in child, I will write a text. We will pass the text to the each slider here and we'll give some styling to the text widget here. So as you can see, the text on the each slider. Now we'll do some customization to show the text in more clear form. So I'll provide some height to the container here. So now our slider part is done, but I also want to show some dot-like structure below the slider. So as the slider will be moved, that dotted structure will also be moved and it will indicate that how much slider will be come next to that. So in carousel option, I will write a function name on page change here and will keep refreshing the index if we are going to the new page or slider here by using a set state method. I will write a int active index equals to 0 and will keep on updating the active index here, which will help us to move the dot indicator to the next dot as soon as the slider or page changes. So now I will move to the pop dev and will copy the smooth page indicator package from here and paste it on inside the perspec.ml file. As you can see on the smooth page indicator, you can see many designs or animations you want to show the indicator below your carousel slider. You can use any of the effect you want to show inside the app. There are many effects in the smooth page indicator package. So now I'll go to the home.dart page again and I will give some height and then we will show the widget name build indicator here. So let me create the widget build indicator here. So I've created a widget name build indicator here and so I want to show animated container here. So I will write an animated container and active index will pass the active index that we have wrote that will change as soon as the slider or page has been changed and then the on page function will be called and update the active index here. Now we'll give some length of the slider because we want to show only that much indicator how much slider are present here. In effect, I will pass a slide effect here. You can pass any effect according to your choice that I have shown you in the pubdev file like jump effect, swipe effect and many more what you like. Now I'll give some width and height of the dot how I want here, and will give a active dot color. So when the dot is active, then the active dot color will show what color we have passed here. So it is done. Now, as you can see here, as soon as our slider move to the next slider, then our active index changes, and it also moves the dot slider to the next dot. So now I'll move to the column again and will pass a text breaking news here. The slider I have shown here are all the breaking news that we will get from the news API. So as you can see here, breaking news text appear here. Now I want to move to the left side of the screen. So I will go to the column and will write cross axis alignment dot start. Now I'll wrap up with the row because after the breaking news, I want to show a view all text where the user will press the view all text and can see all the breaking news that will pass them through the API. So it is done. I will change the color of the view all here, and I also want to provide a maximum space between the row, so I will use a main axis alignment dot space between. So using a cross-axis alignment, our build indicator is on the left side. So I will use a center widget to make it to the center of the screen. So it is done. Now I will copy the row again where we have passed the two text and will show a trending news now. So now if you want to provide any of the styling to the text here, then you can use a font family here. Basically, in the font family, you can pass the different font according to your choice. I will show you how to use a Google font here, and will save that in the fonts folder and will call them in the font family. Though I will not use any font here, I am showing you just if you want to give more styling to the text widget here. So now I'll go to the website name Google font here. Here you can see many more Google font, and you can use them according to your choice. So I am searching the Pacifico here, and I will download the font family from here and will unzip the file and will create a new folder named fonts here where we will save all the fonts that we will use on our app, and will paste inside the fonts folder. Now let's move to the perspec ML, and we want to show what font we are using in the font family section. In family, I will pass a font name Pacifico regular.ttf file here. So now I will show you how to use that inside the text widget. In font family, I will just write a Pacifico here that we have wrote inside the family of the Perspec ML. So as you can see, our text font has been changed. So now this I wrote just to show how to use a font inside the different text, and you can give the more styling to your text widget according to your choice. Though I will don't use any of the font family here, I will remove the fonts folder from the app. So now let's move to the home page again. We'll add the trending news section here. So first I will make the UI of the trending news. Then we'll use the news API to get the news in our trending news section. So here I will use the row. Now inside the row I will write the container. Now I will show the image using the image.asset here, and we'll call the image that we have saved in the images folder. So in the row, first I want to show the image of the news. Then we will use a column where I will show the title at the top and the short description about the news. I also want to tell you that so when the user will click on this news, then they will redirect to a web view through which they can read the news in more detail. So as you can see, I have wrote a container here, and in container I have gave a image using the image.asset, and we got the images that we have saved in the images folder. Now we used a clip react to provide the border radius to the image. Now I will write the text inside the row, and I will write some news here, and will provide some styling to the text widget here. Now as you can see, it is showing some overflow error, so I will wrap up with the container and provide some fixed width to the container so that it takes only that much space that we want to provide in the container. So as you can see, as soon as we provide the width to the container, it changes the line automatically. I will also recommend you to don't provide the fixed width inside the container, because if you check the app on the multiple device, then because of the different screen size, they you may face the overflow error on the different devices. So to make the app more responsive, you must use media query inside the width. Now I want that the title should be at the top, so I'll provide cross axis alignment dot start in the row. Now I'll provide some width between the image and the title. So as I've told you, just below the title, I want to provide a short description about the news. Then I will wrap up the container with the column here. Inside the column, I will write the container again and will provide a short description about the news here. Now you can also give the width to the description we are providing the text widget to avoid the overflow error. Now let me provide the height between the title and the description. Now I am fixing the width according to my choice. You can provide the width according to your choice. Just make sure how much space you want to give at the right side of the screen so it will be more clear for the user to read the news. So now I will wrap up the row with the material widget here and will provide some elevation to look it more clear for the user to read the title and description about the news, and will provide some padding. Now we'll provide some border radius to a material widget. Now it's look good. Let me write one more section inside the trending news so I can show you how it will be in the form of the list view. I am just writing the UI here. As I have told you before, I will use a news API and will call all the news in the form of the list and will use a list view.builder to show all the news here. So it is showing some overflow error here. So I will wrap up the container with a single child scroll view so that user can scroll the screen according to his choice and there will be no overflow error. So now let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a file name landing page.dart here. Now inside the landing page.dart file, I will create a stateful widget name landing page, and I will write scaffold widget body container child column children. Now inside the children widget, I will show the image as I have shown in the UI before. So let me add the image here. So as you can see, I have added the image here and I have used image.asset to show the image that I have saved in the images folder. Now I have used a with media query dot of context dot size dot width so that our image will cover the complete width of the screen, and I provided some fixed height here and use a fitboxwidth.cover to use a complete width and height we have provided here. I have used some random image here. You can use any of the image according to your choice. Now I will remove that height and will use a media query for more responsive image so that we can test the app on the multiple devices. Now I'll wrap up the image with a clip react to provide some border radius to the image. So I will provide the border radius 20 here. Now I'll provide some margin from the horizontal direction and vertical too. Let me add the border radius according to my choice. Now I will write a text widget inside the column widget just below the image widget we have provided, and inside the text I will write news from the world for you and will provide some styling to the text widget here. I want that World for you should be in the center. So I'll provide the space between the words in the text widget and will make it to the center using a slash n here. Basically slash n changes the line if you use inside the text widget. So now it looks good, and now I'll write one more text below this text widget. So inside the text widget, I have wrote best time to read. Take your time to read a little more of this world. Now I'll provide some styling to this text widget. Now I'll use again slash n method so that I can provide some space between the text here and will make it to the center. If you don't want to use a slash n here, then you can use the text inside the column widget also. Just you need to wrap up the each text with the center widget so that it will move the each text widget to the center. Now I'll make a customize button name get started here so that when the user will click on the get started button, then they will directly move to the home page. Now I will use a container to make a customize button here and will inside the text I will write get started and I will provide some styling to the text widget here. Now I'll make the width media query dot of context dot size dot width and will center the text widget. Will provide some padding vertically. Now I will provide some height between the text widget and the customize button we have created. Now I'll wrap up the container with the material widget here so we can show our button in more highlighted form. Now I'm wrapping up the material widget with the container widget again because I want to also provide the width to the material widget we are providing here and will provide some elevation to the material widget here. Now I will move to the image and will wrap up the image with the material widget here and I will also want to provide some elevation to the image we have mentioned above. So our UI part is done. Now we'll use a news API org to get all the API and we'll show the news in our app. So let's move to the home page again, and I will click on the get started button and will move to the home page. So inside the trending news section, I will use a news API to show all the news here. So first I will call the API and will store all the news in the form of the list, and will use a list view.builder widget to show all the news in the home page of the app. So let's go to the newsapi.org website, and I will show you how we can get the API from this website. First, as you can see, here is a get API button. So if you didn't have the account in the news API website, then click on the get API key and just fill some of the details, and you will get one API which will be directly connect to your link, so that you can access all the API in the app. I have already signed in the website, so you can see my mail at the top. As you can see, there are the many APIs you can use according to your choice. But I want to show the news in the trending section, so I will use this link to show all the news in the list view that we have created in the UI of the trending news section. But before adding the API in our app, let's move to the pubdev file, and we'll use a HTTP, and we'll copy the HTTP package from here and paste it on pub file. I also want to tell you why I am using a HTTP package here, because as you can see on the API link, it usually starts with HTTP. So to call the HTTP in our app, we need to use HTTP package here, so that we can call the API through the app and directly connect to the server, and will get all the information from the news API server and get the all the news in our app in the form of list, and we can show that using a list view builder widget. Now I will use a KCAC network image here package, and will copy the package and paste it on pub file. So now let's move to the model, and we'll create a article model.dart section here, and we'll create a class name article model. Now inside the article model, I will write some string here, and inside this string will get all the data from the API. In this trending news section, we'll call this API here, and inside this API you can see a list here. And now inside the article, as you can see, the list of map has been shown here. Now I want to call the article section, and I want to show all the list of map inside my app. So I need to get each list here that is wrote inside the article's map here. So as you can see, in each list there is author, title, description, URL to image, content, etc. But we need these all five things in our app. So I will create a string name one by one. So string author, title, description, URL, and URL to image. And last, content. So now let's move to the service folder again, and we'll create a new file name news.dart here, and inside the news.dart file I will create a class name news here, and will write a list name news, where we will save all our news that we will get through the API. Now I will create a get news function in the future and we'll use a string URL, and inside the URL string I will copy the API or URL that we want to call through the app and get all the details or the list that have shown inside the article section. Now where response await http dot get URL. So I need to import the package here. So I will go to the http again and will copy the package link here and will paste it here. So inside this I will write URI dot parse URL. So through the get method we are getting all the things that have been wrote inside this URL and we are saving in the response. So I will write where JSON data and will decode the response that we have saved using the get method here, and if the JSON data status section is equals to OK, this is what I mean. So as you can see, if the status is OK, then it is calling the article map here. Now JSON data articles for each. Basically, I have told you articles are the list of map, and inside this map there are the list of source that we want to get here. So here is the map I'm talking about, and here is the all the list that I have shown you. So if the element URL to image is not equals to null and if the description and URL to image is not null, then we will get all the details here, because URL to image and description are the main section here that we need on the app. As you can see on the total result, there are 7564 lists here. So there are the many cases where the URL to image and description may not be provided, but these two sections are the main I want to show in the app. So I'm passing the condition that if the URL to image is not equals to null and description is not equals to null, then we'll save the list inside the news here. I had forgot to call article model here. So I will go to article model.dart again and we'll call all the string one by one. So now title. So I will get the title as you can see here. Now element title. So element is the first index he is talking about. And inside the first index, I will I need the title here. So inside the inverted commas, I am writing a title that will be saved in the title section here. And we'll do same for the description, URL to image, URL, content, etc. So it is done. Now I will use news.add article model to save all the articles one by one. So let's move to the home page and we'll call the list that we have saved in the news.dart file here. So I will create a list name articles here. So now I will write a get news function here to get all the news that we have saved on the news list in the news.dart file. In news class, we'll get all the news here. And in the set state method, so I'm writing a bool loading is because when the app will go to the home page, then it will call the API and get all the news in the trending news section. So it may take some time to load all the news and save on the list, then show on the home page of the app. So if it takes some time, then rather than showing the error here, I will use a circular progress indicator here to show that all the news are loading and will get that news from the API in just few seconds. So inside the set state, I will make the loading false because once we get all the news, then I want to show the news, so I will make it to false using a set state method here. So now I will create a stateless widget named block tile here and will paste the UI that we have wrote just for the trending news section so that we can call each time we want to show a list of the trending news, then we can call the block tile here and we'll pass the image URL and title to show the each news one by one in the form of the list. So I need image URL, title, description here. Now where we have wrote just for the UI, so I will change and write image.network and will call the image URL and same for the title and description. Now inside the body, I will write if the loading is true, then we want to show a circular progress indicator here, and if it is false, then we'll show all the news that we have shown in the home page. Now inside the container, I will write the list view builder so that we can show all the news that we have saved in the news.dart file. So in item builder, I will write the index, will get the article length using the item count. Now return block tile and will return the each list, description, image and the title one by one. So article index dot description, same for the image and the title. So it is done. Now let's move to the init state and we need to call a get news function here so that whenever the home page is called, get news function will be called and it will save all the list in the news list we have created here, and with the help of that list we can see all the news in our trending news section. So now let's move to the terminal and run the flutter run command. Wait for a few seconds. So our app has launched successfully. As you can see, we are facing some overflow pixel error here. So the image we have called from the API is not loading inside the trending news section. This is because I have used image.network in our block tile to load the image from the API. But we have also copy one of the package named Kekek network here. For this reason, I have copied the package before in the perspec.ml file because I want to show you that whenever you call the URL of the image from the API, never use image.network there. It will not load the image or it will take too much time to load the image. So for better experience, use always Kagag network in place of image.network. Now I'll move to the block tile and will change the image.network with a Kagag network. Now inside the Keke network image, I will pass the image URL. Okay, we have wrote the Keke network here and hot restart it again, but we are still facing some error. So I made a small mistake here. Inside the image URL, we need to call URL to image here. So we need to change it to URL to image here. Now hot restart it again. So as you can see, the image has been appeared now. So we are facing some scroll problem here. So inside the list view builder, I will write physics and clamping scroll physics. This will give a better experience whenever the user will scroll the news in the trending news section. Now it's look good. We need to give some margin from the bottom. So there will be a space between the two news that we have shown here. So we'll wrap up with the container here and we'll provide the margin from the bottom. So I'm writing edge insert dot only bottom 10.0. Now, as you can see here in the title and description, it is providing us all the title and description that has been wrote for the specific news from the API. But I don't want to show this much line in the title and description. So I will move to the text widget and will give the max line to show how much maximum line we want to show in the text widget. So I will write in title max 2, so it will show maximum 2 line here, and in the description I will write maximum line 3, so it will show us 3 lines in the description. So now it's look good. So as you can see, the user can read how much news they want to read in the trending news section. Now, I want that whenever the user will click on any of the news, then they will redirect to a web view where they can read a news in more detail. So I will move to the pages folder and will create a new file name article view.dart and will create a stateful widget name article view. Now we'll move to the perspec.yaml file and we'll call a web view package here. Now you can use the updated web view version from the pubdev also, but in the updated version of the WebView Flutter there are lot many changes, so you need to create a controller and many more files again and again. So I will refer you to use exact this version 3.0.1 that I wrote here, so that it will be easier for you to use a web view in Flutter. The newer version is more complex than this version. Usually I prefer this version in most of the app because it is easy for me to use a web view inside the app. Now let's move to the article view again, and inside the container I will write child and will write web view. Now initial URL, and we have to pass the URL that we have stored in the article model. So I am writing a string blog URL and will get the URL in blog URL and will pass it to the initial URL. So now let's move to the home dart again, and we need to write on gesture detector navigator dot push method so that we can move the user to the web view. Now in article view, we need to pass the URL here. So I will write a URL in the string and we'll get the URL from the news list. Now we'll pass this URL to the blog URL. It is done. Now let's move the terminal again and we'll hot restart it again. Click on the get started button, and when I click any of the news from here, then as you can see, we have successfully moved to the web view where we can read the news in more detail. But I want to provide some app bar at the top, so I will remove the container and will write a scaffold widget and will give a body as a container. Now I'll pass the same app bar that I've wrote in the home page. So I will move to the home.dart again. We'll copy the same app bar and we'll paste inside the scaffold widget. So it is done. Now hot restart it again. Now we'll click on any of the news. So as you can see the app bar here and the back arrow to move directly to the home page of the app. You can read any of the news from here in more detail that will send you to the web view and can access the news in more better way. We will move to the carousel slider, I mean breaking news section, and we'll call the API and we'll show the API in our slider. So let's move to the slider data.dart and here we will call the API through news API. Now let's move to the news API.org website and we will call the top headline API from here for our carousel slider. So as you can see, there are only 10 results on this API. So it will be best for our carousel slider because we don't need to show too much result in our carousel slider because we want in the limited form. Though as you can see on the API, there are the 10 result, but I want to show only 5 result in our carousel slider. So now let's move to the slider data.dart and we will remove all the list that we have made just for the UI. And here we will call the API that I have just shown you in the news API website. So let's move to the news.dart file and I will copy the same function that we have wrote inside the news.dart file and we will paste it inside the slider data.dart. All the things will be remain same. We just need to change the some of the function name and we need to call the different API in our URL. So now I will change the class name here and we'll name it to slider and we will also change the slider model here because we need to call the URL to image, description, and title here. So I will need all the things from the API that we have wrote for the other section. So I will move to the article model.dart file and will copy the same class from here and paste it inside the slider model.dart file. We'll name the class name slider here and inside the slider model. So now I will rename the class name here and all things will remain same because we need the same data what we have wrote in the trending news section. So I will change the list name to sliders here. We'll rename the get slider function here. Now I'll copy this link or API and we'll paste it here so that we can get all the 10 result from this API and we can add one by one in our slider list here. So I will rename all the things like slider model, etc. So it is done now. Now let's move to the home dot file again. We need to create a function name get slider here as same as we had created a function name get news here. So I will change all the things according to the slider list we have created in slider data.dart file. So all the things will remain as same as we have wrote for the trending news section. We are just calling the different API for our carousel slider. So I've wrote the complete get slider function here. Now I will call the get slider function in the init state. Now let's move to the carousel slider dot builder file and we will pass the image and title here. So let's move to the build image widget and we need to make some of the changes here because it is calling the image from the asset but we are calling the image from the network, I mean in the HTTP format. So as you have watched the second part, you know that why we have don't use image.network here rather than we are using a kekek network image here. So I will remove the image.asset and will pass a kekek network image here and inside the image URL will pass the image that we'll get from the API. Now in the res folder I will make some changes and in slider.index I will call the URL to image here. In res1 I will call the title. So it is done. Now hot restart it again and as you can see we can see now all the news that we have got from the news API. Here are all the 10 results that I have shown you in the total result. So we are saving all the 10 result from the API in the sliders list and in item count we are passing the slider.length to 10 and then we are telling the dot indicator to make it to 10 so that it can indicate that there are the 10 sliders which are present now in the carousel slider. But I don't want to show all the 10 slider here. I need to show only 5 slider. So in item count, I will remove the slider dot length here and will write it to 5 and will do same for the dot indicator. Now hot restart it again. So as you can see, we can now only see the top 5 list that we have saved in our sliders list here. So making the count to 5, we are telling that we need only top 5 list from the slider list. Those slider list have a 10 result in it because it is calling the all the result and saving the result one by one in the sliders list. But I need to show only 5. You can change according to your need. If you want to show 4, 3 or more than 5, you can change the count accordingly. So now it's look good. So our breaking news part is done and we can see all the news that we are getting from the news API in our carousel slider. Now let's move to the category section. So in our category section, I want that whenever the user will click on the any of the category, then it will show them all the news related to that category. Let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name here, category news.dart here, and we'll write a stateful widget name here, category news. Now scaffold widget, body, container, child, column. Now I will copy the same app bar and will paste it inside the category news section. So I will remove the row from here because in the app bar I want to show which category news is showing at the app bar. So when the user will click on the business, then in the app bar I will show the business. If the user click on entertainment, then in the app bar I will show the entertainment. So from the string we will get that user have clicked on which of the category. So I writing the string name here and in category news will get that the name of the category that the user have selected, and will pass the same category name in our text widget that will be our app bar. Many of the users might be thinking that there are the 5 categories in our app. Now we will create the each model for each category like business model, entertainment model, general model, and we'll call the API for the each category we have when the user will click. So doing by this process, we need to write lots of code in our VS Code, but I don't do anything like that. So through one API, I will tell you how to call all the 5 categories and we will create only one model through which we will get all the news of the specific category one by one. So we don't need to create 5 model for the each category we want to show. I will create one model and I will pass one API and I will keep on changing when the user will click on any of the category and he can see the news of the respective category one by one. So by this process and through the less code, we can get all the news for the specific category we are looking for. So if you like my idea and how I want to show the news in my app, do not forget to like and subscribe my channel so that you won't miss out any of the exciting videos we have in the store. So let's go and implement that I have just explained you. So I will create a stateless widget name. So category here, and here at the top I will show my image, then the description and the title. So I will create a column children and will pass the image using a Kakak network here. We will do all the things same that we have done for other news like trending news, breaking news, etc. So it is done. Now let's move to the container. Now I'll remove the column from here and will pass a list view dot builder. And so now let's move to the model and we'll create a show category dot dart here and we'll pass a class and we'll copy the same article model class here and paste it here and we'll rename the class name to show category model here and all the string will be remain same. Now let's move to the services folder and we'll create a new file name show category news.dart and we'll copy the same thing from the slider data.dart and paste it inside this file and we rename the class name to category news to show category news because we have already used a category news name in our different dart file, so we can't use the same name in our class here. So I will also rewrite the list name here and will also change the name of the function to get category news. Now here comes the main part what I have explained you before. Now I have told you through one API I will get all the categories news from the API. So let me show how I will do that. So here you can see I will call this API here and here you can see the category name. It is given business here. So when the user will click on the entertainment, then we will change the category equals to entertainment here. And if we will change to sports, then we'll change it to sports. So how the user will click on any of the category, we will keep on changing the API one after that. So let me show you how I will do that. Though you can see the equals to US, you can change the any of the country according to your choice. You just need to give your country code here and it will show all the news related to the that category and specific country in the list view. So the function we have wrote get category news will write a string category here. Now I'll copy the same API and paste it here and inside the category I will pass the string that will be passed in the category of that get category news function. Now all the things will remain same and will add the all the list one by one in our category list. So it is done. Now I'll copy the same get news function and will paste in inside the get category news.dart file and we'll do the customization according to our choice and we'll just rename all the things will be remain same. We just need to rename the sum of the list and the model that we have passed here. So it is done. Now as you can see on the get category news function we have wrote widget.name here. So as I have told you that it will be keep on changing whenever the user will press on any of the category here. Now in the init state I will call the get news function here. We'll move to the home.dart file again and we'll copy the same listview.builder and paste it here. Now in item count I will write categories.length and will pass it to the show category. We'll pass the image, description and title. Now I'll move to the home.dart file and where we have shown all the category in our category tile, I will wrap up the container with a gesture detector and in on tab, I will push the user to the category news.dart file and will give the category name here. Make sure whenever you are passing the name to the get category news, then it should be in the lower case. Here you can see that we have passed the business. B in capital letter, but in the API there should be all in the small letter. Otherwise, you will get the error and you can't get the things from the API according to the user chooses the category in the app. So now it is done. We'll hot restart it again and when I will click on the any of the category here, so as you can see we can see all the news related to the that category here. So here the app bar name is business and it is showing all the news related to the business here. Now let's move to the category news section again and we will give some styling to the image and text here. now it's look good. Now I want that whenever the user will press in any of the news from here, then they will redirect to a web view where they can read the news in more detail. That we have done same for the trending news section. Wrap up the container with a gesture editor here and we'll move it to the article view and we'll pass the URL in a blog URL. We'll hot restart it again and when I'll click on any of the news, now as you can see they have moved to the web view of that news here. So now as you can see, if I will click on any of the news in the business news, then they will redirect me to the web view of that specific news. Now click on entertainment. Now as you can see, app bar name changed to entertainment and it is showing me all the things related to the entertainment here. Now same for the health. So it is showing me all the things related to the health and same for the sports. So as I have said you before, just writing by one model like category model dot dart and just writing the few lines of code in the category news section, we have covered all the 5 category that we have wrote inside the home page. So I have taught you by using the just one API you can use the all the things related to the category if the user clicks on any of the category. If many of the users will write the different code for the each category, when the user will press, then the it will take him lot of time to write so much code inside the VS code and it may take lot of time to make this app. So our category part is done. Now let's move to the breaking news and trending news section again, because as you can see on the breaking news where we have wrote the text breaking news, at just right side you can see the view all section. We didn't add anything related to the view all till now. So I want that whenever the user will press on the view all text, then they can see all the breaking news on the app. So let's move to the pages folder and I will create a new file name allnews.dart and will create a stateful widget name all news. Now we'll write a scaffold widget body container. Now we'll pass the string name, string news here, like what type of news it is. It is breaking or trending news, and we'll show that in the app bar. These are all the things that we have already done in the category news section here. So I will not explain you much on this section. I will just do copy and paste thing and will make the view all section here. So it is done. Now many of the users might be thinking that in trending news we are passing the different API, and in our breaking news we are passing the different API. I have just now showed you how to use one Dart file and pass multiple APIs by just simple line of the code. So I will use just the same process and I will show you how I will do that. Widget.news. In widget.news, I will get either breaking or trending and I will add the news at the last. So it will become breaking news and trending news. I will copy the same list view builder here. Now it comes the main thing like how I will show two APIs in just one Dart file. So inside the item count, I will write widget.news. If is equals to breaking, then we'll show slider length, because if it is breaking news, then we will show the all the news that in our slider, and if it is category, if it is trending news, then it will automatically take the news that we have saved in the articles list. We'll do all the same thing in the image. So if the widget.news is breaking, then it will get the image from the slider section, or if not, then it will show the news from the trending section. So many of the users might create a two Dart file inside the pages folder where they will write breaking news.dart and trending news.dart. But I have wrote all the two things in one file named allnews.dart, and I have changed all the things, and I have handled two cases by adding a simple line of code inside the item count and different section here. So for this idea also, you can hit the like button to this video. So we have passed all the condition to image, description, title and URL. Now in views all, I will wrap up with a gesture detector, and in on tab, I will use a navigator.push method, and in material page root will write all news, and in all news I will pass a news name breaking, and will do same for the trending news views all section. So after hot restart, we need to go to all news.dart file again, and we need to write a set state function in get news and get slider function. Now hot restart it again, and when I will click on the view all, then you can see the app bar name breaking news here and all the news related to the breaking news section, and we'll do same for the trending news, and you can see the app bar name trending news and same all the news related to the trending news. And now I want to give some margin, so I will give the margin inside the container and will give horizontal 10.0 here. Now I will hot reload it again and now it's look more good. Now we'll check the breaking news again and you can see all the breaking news here. So our complete app is done. Now I will walk you through the app we have built from the scratch. So here is my complete news app. So it is a landing page now and you can see the image and the text we have written news from around the world for you. Now I will click on the get started button and we will move to the home page of the app. So at the top you can see the different category like business, entertainment, general, health, sports. Now you can see a breaking news section here with a carousel slider which is moving automatically, and you can see all the top breaking news here with the image and the title. And just at the bottom you can see the trending news section where you can see all the news in the trending section. So when you will click to any of the category like business, then you will move to the page named business here and you can see all the news related to the business here. Now if you will click on any of the news, then you will move to the web view of that news so that you can read the news on more detail. Now let's move back to the home page again, and when I will click on the sports, then it will show me all the news related to the sports here, and will click it on again and can read the news on more detail. Now let's go back. So in the breaking news section you can see view all. So when you will click on the view all, then you can see all the breaking news, and when you will click on any of the breaking news, as same you can read that news on more detail. Now let's go back, and in the trending news section you can see the different news, and when we'll click on the news again, then you can read that news also in more detail. Now view all. So in view all you can read all the news related to the trending news. Thank you for joining us in this Flutter News app development journey. Let's quickly recap what we have covered today. We set up our Flutter environment for app development, explored how to fetch real-time news data with the News API org, created a beautiful and interactive news app interface, and most importantly, you have gained the skills to build your own news app. If you found the video valuable, please consider subscribing to our channel and giving it a thumbs up. Your support keeps us going. Got questions or feedback? Drop them in the comment below. We love hearing from you. Now let's move and we'll make this trivia or quiz app from the scratch. So if you are new to this channel and you are watching this video or making this app for the first time, I want to tell you that I have already made a quiz app before on this channel with the help of Firebase. So I'm trying something new because here now I'm going to use a API to make this quiz app from the scratch, and here with the help of API there will be a different categories that I'm going to show, and there will be one question and a four options just below this question how basically the quiz app works. So I will paste a link in the description box if you haven't followed the old video where we have made a quiz app with a Firebase and a complete app from the scratch. And this is something that I'm trying new with the help of an API. So here the API we are going to use is a Ninja API. We have already used the Ninja API before in the Codes app. So I'm trying to use this API again to make this quiz app from the scratch. So let's move to the Ninja API website and let me show you what all API we are going to use to make this quiz app. So here you can see a API Ninja's website, And here you can see that there are lots of APIs that you can use according to your need. So the API we are going to use is a trivia API. So this is a trivia API that we are going to use, and here you can see the link that we going to use in the app. So this is the link and to call the API, and here you can see that there is a different category you can pass in this API, like an language, general, food, drink, geography, toys, games, music, etc. So we are going to use some of the APIs, not some of the APIs, some of the categories in our app, and that categories will be shown in the app, and according to that the trivia or the quiz will be shown in the app. So here you can see that when this API will be called, there we will get the result, because we need to pass a category which is music. So we it will show the category music, the question that we are going to show, and the answer. Now here you can see that there is only a one option, but how basically the quiz app works, there is nearly I think so four options, and in the four options there is a one correct answer. So here we just get a result of one answer, but I will use something like one more API that I have seen, which is a random name. So let me, random word, I think so, that was a random word. Yeah, so here it is, and here you can see a random word API, and here through the random word API will show one correct answer, and we'll call this API and will show the rest three options. So I'm sure that you are getting what I'm trying to explain, but if not, don't worry, I will show you how to will integrate these two APIs and will make the quiz app from the scratch. So let's move to the our app first, and here in the lib folder we'll simply create a new folder name which will be pages, and inside the pages folder first I'm going to create a onboarding page for our quiz app. So we'll write onboarding.dart and we'll simply import the package by using material.dart, and we'll write a stateful widget which will be simply our page name, which is onboarding. Now, so we'll write onboarding. Now we need to write a scaffold. So we'll write scaffold. Now a body, container, child, column. So body, container, child, column, children. So here it is. Now here you can see that I have created the images folder, and here I have added a two images. So first one is the background that we are going to use in the onboarding page, and one is a logo. So our app name is Trivia Wars. So I have used this logo, and now let me show you the logo. So this is the logo that I'm going to use, which is Trivia Wars. And to call this image in the images folder that we have saved, we'll move to the perspect YAML, and here we'll move to the asset and we'll simply call this images folder. And now we can simply call all the image that we have saved in the images folder. Now let's move to the onboarding.dart page again, and here we'll simply write an container. Now we need the our background image to use a complete height and width. So we'll simply pass the height, which will be media query dot of context dot size dot height, and the width will be media query dot of context dot size dot width, and it will use a complete height and width of the screen. Now here I need to pass a decoration, box decoration. I think so we don't need a box decoration now. We can simply pass a child. We can pass an image dot asset, and we'll simply call the images folder and the image file name, which is simply a background dot jpg, yeah, something like this. So let me call this page so that I can show you what all code I'm writing on that dart file. So I'll simply write the onboarding page name. So here you can see it, but here you can see that there is some like a space. So we need to just pass fit box fit dot cover, and it will simply cover the our screen size. Now here you can see a debug banner. So you can simply remove this debug banner by moving to the main.dart file, and you can pass debug show check mode banner to false, and it will simply remove it from here. Now after this, here I want to show my logo. Now to show the logo, I need to like overlap image over the image, because our logo is also in the form of the image. So when you need to overlap one widget over the another, you need to use a stack widget over here. So I will simply remove this column, we don't need a column, and will simply rename to stack. Now here I can simply overlap one widget over the another. So I will show you how I will do that. So I'll write image.asset. Now we'll write images folder name and a logo dot png. So here you can see our app name. Now we need to center it. So if we'll write center, it will simply center our app name. So here you can see a trivia was. Now after the app name is done, I want to show one button named start playing. So while pressing that button, the user will directly move to the home page where they can simply start playing the quiz app. So we'll simply write a container, now a width, which will be a media query dot of context dot size dot width divided by 2. Yeah. Now here I'm using a media query because I'm making the app highly responsive. I'm not using any fixed width or something because I want this app to be responsive, and if we test this app on the multiple device, we get a better result. Now after this, I need to simply pass a child and a text widget over here. So we'll write a text. Now in the text, I need to simply pass a text that I've told you, which is start playing. Now we'll simply pass a style, which will be a text style. Now a text style and a color, which will be simply like colors dot white. I think so black. Let's keep it black. Yeah. So here it is. Now here we need to pass a color to the container, which will be colors dot white. And here you can see the container, but I need to bring it over here. So I will do one thing. I will simply wrap up with a column widget and will simply pass main axis alignment dot end. And here you can see the container. Now we need to center it over here, but let me make this container completely, then we'll center it. So we'll pass a font size, which will be 20.0, and the font weight will be simply like font weight dot bold. Yeah, so here it is. Now we can simply center this text by using a center widget, and the height will be something like 50, and a border radius will be border radius dot circular 10. So here you can see a button name start playing. You can provide up to 20 or maybe 30. Yeah. Now after this, let's center it over here. So I will do one thing, like I will simply center it down like this, and we can simply pass the margin from the bottom. So we'll write margin edge insert only from the bottom, which will be 40.0. Maybe we can do up to 50 or 70. Yeah, 120 is good. So here it is. Now if you want, you can increase font size up to 24, and if you want, you can increase size of an container 2. So let's keep it 1.5, and let's increase the height up to 70. 70 is too much, maybe 60. Yeah. So here you can see a button name start playing. So here it's look good, and by tapping to this button, the user will directly move to the home page. So let's move, and let's first create the UI of our home page. So we'll write home.dart and we'll simply import the package by using material.dart, and we'll write a stateful widget, which will be home. Yeah. Now after this, we need to write a scaffold and a body and a container and a child, a column, and a children. Now after this, but before creating the UI of our home page, I want to tell you that I have noticed that many of the viewers are loving our videos but haven't hit that subscribe button yet. So I have a small request from you all. Please show your support by hitting that subscribe button, and let's join this awesome Flutter family, because I'm planning to bring some more awesome videos on this channel. So don't miss out by hitting that subscribe button. So let's press this subscribe button down below. So I hope that you have pressed that subscribe button. Now let's move forward. After this, we need to do one thing. we need to pass a background image here also. So we need to copy this container again and the image where we have passed the background image, and we will move to the home.dart and we'll paste it over here. We'll remove the column and we'll simply write a stack widget. Yeah, so let me call this page so that I can show you what all code I'm writing here. So we'll call the home page from here. Yeah, something like this. So here our home page. Now in this home page, what I'm thinking that here we'll show all the categories. So categories that I've told you in the trivia API. Uh, so where is trivia API? Yeah, here it is. So here I'm going to show some categories. So let me pick some categories that I want to show. So if you want, you can choose the categories according to your need. So I will show music, and I don't like mathematics, so I will not use mathematics. I will use music, and let's keep, I like geography, so I'll keep geography. I'm a foodie person, so let's keep food drink, and uh, I love nature and science, so let's keep science nature, and let's keep one more, which will be entertainment. So let's keep entertainment. So I will show you 5 categories over here. So you can choose according to your need. Now here I will do one thing. I will simply create a container. Now a child, a column, and a children. Now we'll simply pass a row and a children. Now in the row, we'll do one thing. Rather than passing a row, we can simply pass a list view so that we can simply scroll the categories, because we are going to use our 5 categories, and 5 categories will won't fit in this screen. So we need a list view so that we can simply scroll and select the categories. So we'll pass a list view, and here in the list view, I will do one thing. I can simply pass and container. Now here I will pass a decoration, a box decoration. Now a color, which will be simply like colors dot white. So here it is. Now here we have passed a color, colors dot white. Now we need to pass a child and a text widget again. So we'll move to the onboarding page and we'll copy this text widget and we'll paste it over here. Something like this. Now here we need to simply pass our first category name. So our first category name will be music. So we'll write music. Yeah. So here you can't see the text widget now because we need to pass some margin. So we'll write edge insert dot only from the top, which will be 50.0. Yeah, so you have used a list view. So there is some render box overflow error. This usually happens when you pass a list view. We need to pass like a spacing, like how much spacing list view should use. So you need to pass some command like how much space list view should take to show that all the container in the horizontal space. Now after this, I need to simply wrap up with a widget and we'll write an expanded, something like this. Yeah. Now here you can see a complete width of the screen that the container took. So here we can simply pass a width 100 and it will don't take a width because it simply override this container width with the expanded widget. So here we need to do one thing. We need to simply pass and container again and we'll paste it over here, and here we need to pass that we need to show the in the form of scroll direction, which will be axis dot horizontal. So we'll write axis dot horizontal. Yeah, something like this. And we can now pass and container like this, and the height which will be up to 100. Yeah, so here you can see the 2 containers. Now we can simply do one thing. We can pass some margin. So let's do one thing. Let's pass the margin from the left position to, which will be 20.0. And if you want, you can pass some more margin from the top up to 70, and margin as insert dot only from the right 20.0. Yeah, so here you can see now the 2 containers. Now after this, you can pass a width to this container. You can pass a width like 100, and you can simply like center this. Yeah, Now if you don't want, you need to pass the height. Sorry, you need to pass the height, because here, as I've told you, that we need to pass the spacing, that how much space list view need to take, so we need to pass the height over here. So if you want, you can simply adjust it from here and something like this. Now after this, we can do one thing, like we can do with up to 120 and a border radius, which will be a border radius dot circular and a 10. Yeah, or you can pass up to 30. It's up to your choice. And let's keep it 50. Yeah, now it's look good. So here you can see our first category, which is music. Now we can pass our second category. So we'll copy this container again and we'll paste it over here, something like this. Yeah, and our second category, let's keep it geography. So we'll paste the geography over here, and a G will be like this, geography, and you can adjust the width like 70. Yeah, so here, now the third will be uh, food drink. So let's copy this container again, we'll paste it over here and we'll simply pass food drink. Sorry, copy this one, paste it over here, we'll pass food drink. Yeah, so now you can see that you can simply scroll this, because we have used a list view. Now the fourth one will be our as I've told you, we are going to use science and nature. Yeah, so we'll paste it over here and we'll write science nature. Yeah, you need to increase font width, so it is a science nature. And last one is, we are going to use last one, which will be let's keep it general or entertainment. Let's keep an entertainment. So let's copy this container first. Sorry, copy this container, paste it over here again, and copy this entertainment and we'll paste it over here, something like this. And we need to increase, not increase, make the text in the bold form. So here you can see the our 5 categories, and we can simply scroll them and can choose the category that we want to play quiz. So now after this, like for an example, if the user have pressed food drink, now once they press, we need to notify, not notify, we need to show something like that, that this respective category has been selected. Now to show that, we need to simply change the color of this category and the text color too, so that it will simply highlight that this category has been selected by the user. Now to do that, we'll use a simple structure. I will don't make anything complex, because I want that this app to be made by complete beginner who are learning the Flutter for the first time. Because if I will use list view dot builder, and there will be like a item count or something, that will be very very complex for the beginner to understand. So I will simply keep all the things simple, and I am not using any type of extra widgets or something. So here I need to use a boolean character, and I will, as I've told you, I will keep the thing simple. So I will use a boolean character, and will use music is equals to true. So it is our first category, so I will simply keep it true and other two false. So we'll use a geography, we'll write a geography, which will be false. And food drink will be also false, so food drink will be also false. And a fourth category was science nature, so we'll write nature science nature, which will be also false. And entertainment, so we'll write entertainment, yeah, which will be also false, something like this. If like wrap with a widget gesture detector. And for an example, if the user press music and once they press music in the on tap method, will simply make the music to true. So we'll write music to true and other to false. So we'll write geography to false and food drink to false. I'm saying the others category to be false is because, so like once the user has selected geography, now when they press to music, I want that geography to be in the normal form, that it shouldn't highlight that geography has been selected. So this is the way we can make our app better. So we'll write food drink to false and a science nature will also false and the entertainment will be also false. Yeah, something like this. And we'll use a set state so that it can simply refresh the page once the user tap this option or a category. Now here, once the music is true, I will show the different container with a different color. So let's do one thing. I will copy this container again and we'll paste it over here, and here we'll do one thing. We'll simply change the color to orange, and we'll change a music will be like this. Yeah, we'll simply change the color to white. Yeah, so here you can see a music. Now we need to also show in the highlighted form. So if you want, you can like use a different color shade according to your need, like what you are really looking for. So this is the color that I'm going to use. Now I want to show also in the elevated form so that it will simply highlight that this category has been selected. So we'll write elevation 3.0 and we need to wrap up with a container again, because we have passed a margin outside this inside the material widget, and we need to pass it outside the material widget, and we'll simply use a border radius again and we'll paste it over here, something like not over here in the material widget. Yeah, something like this. So here it is. Yeah, so now you can see it clearly. So it simply highlight that this container has been selected. Now after this, let's do this case to all the other categories. So we have added all the functionality for the other categories that we have done for the music. Now when I'll tap to this geography, you will simply see that it will change the music to a normal form and the geography in the highlighted form, which I was telling you. So by this form, we can simply show the highlighted category, same for the food, drink, science, nature, and the entertainment. So it is working brilliantly, and you can see that it will simply show the highlighted categories in the app. Now after this, once the user select a category, I want to show one container over here where we can show the question and the four options that the user need to select. Now after this, I will do one thing, like here in the column widget where we have wrote, we can simply write an container. Now the height will be media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 2. Yeah, now the decoration will be box decoration, and we can simply pass the color, which will be colors dot white. Yeah, so here you can see the container. Now we can pass some margin so that it won't get stuck to the right side of the screen. So we'll write edge insert dot only from the right, which will be 20.0, something like this. We can pass the size box, which will provide the height or space between this list view and the container. So we'll write a 30.0. So here it is. Now we need to write a border radius. So we'll write a border radius dot circular 10, or we can keep it up to 20. And now here we can simply write a question that we want to show. So to write a question, I will do one thing. I will simply pass a child, now a column and a children. Now here we need to pass a text widget. So let me pass the text widget and we'll copy this text widget. We'll paste it over here and we'll simply copy one question. So let me find some question. So we'll write, who was a midnight rider? I don't know who was Midnight Rider. So we'll paste it over here. And now we can do one thing, like as you can see that the text stuck, or you can see a completely stuck from the left and right side of the container, which doesn't look good. So we'll do one thing, we can pass some spacing. So we'll pass a spacing size box height, which will be 20.0. Now after this we can do one thing, we can wrap up with a container widget. We'll pass a width, which will be media query dot of context dot size dot width divided by, I think so, 3. Yeah, but this container should use a maximum width, which will be width media query dot of context dot size dot width, something like this. Now after this, I think so we can dot, yeah. So here it's look good. I think so. We can pass a question mark. I have wrote the text like who was the midnight rider over here, and you can simply pass a text align dot center to center the text and the width that the text should cover when it's shown in this container. So now here it is done. Now after that I need to show the 4 options that the user will select one correct option in that 4 option. Now here I need to simply create a container, now a child, now a text widget again. So we'll copy this text widget and we'll paste it over here. And here first I'm going to write a random name of an famous person. So I will write Bill Gates. Now here I will simply do one thing. I need to first pass a size box, which will be height 20.0. Yeah. Now we'll do one thing. We'll pass a width, which will be media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now the decoration, box decoration, border, we'll write a border dot all. Yeah, so now here you can see the border. Now we can simply pass the margin edge insert dot only from the left 10.0 and from the right 10.0. Yeah, now after this, as you can see that here you can see the first option. Now I think so we need to pass some more margin so that I can see this option clearly. So we'll simply do up to 20 from left and right. Now here I can simply change the border color. So we'll pass the color and the colors dot black up to 45. Yeah, now we can also increase a width of this, which will be 2.0, and will pass 20, I think so 24, and will be okay. We'll remove a font weight bold. We'll pass font weight dot w500. Now we need to pass an height, which will be up to 50, and we'll simply center this text. So we'll pass a center widget and we'll pass a border radius, which will be a border radius dot circular 30. Border radius dot circular 30. 70, or we can pass up to 60. Yeah, so here it is, and here you can see the first option. Now if you want, you can increase like height from the top, and here you can see the first option. Now let's add rest 3 option and the correct answer in this rest 3 option. So first is one is Bill Gates. Now the second one will be, I will write like Albert Einstein. So we'll write Albert Einstein. Sorry if spelling will be wrong. I think so it is correct. Yeah. Now we can increase some more height. Albert Einstein. Now the third will be, let's keep, what we will keep. Let's keep uh, Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong. Yeah. So third option is Neil Armstrong, and fourth option will be the correct one, which is Paul Davidson. So we'll copy this answer and we'll paste it over here. So here you can see the overflow error because we need to increase the height of this container. So if you want that you need to make it responsive, you can simply remove this height and it will take according to the size of the options that we want to show. We can simply pass the size box, which will be height 30.0. So here you can see the 4 options, and we need to paste it something like over here inside the column widget. So here you can see the 4 options. Now if you want, you can center this container so that it will look good. You can simply pass up to 80. Yeah, and if you want, you can push the categories from the top. It is just that it should cover complete screen. It shouldn't look like that there is a dead space on in this app. So we'll pass a size box, and here we'll simply do 90. Yeah. Now let's move, and now we are going to use the Ninja API to show all the quiz that we have just made in our app. Now here I will simply create one function name which will be like fetch trivia or quiz. So I will write future void, and here I need to simply write fetch quiz. So we'll write fetch quiz, and here as I have told you that we need to pass a category. So we'll write a category, and here we need to write async. Now a final or response is equals to await http. Now here you can see that we need to pass a http, copy the http package from the perf dev. So let's move to the perf dev, and here I will simply write http package, and we'll move here and we'll move to the installing. We'll copy this package and we'll paste it over here, something in perspec YAML file. Yeah, so let's remove this version from here and simply run this package. Let's move to the home dart again, and here we'll do one thing. We'll copy this import function 2 and we'll paste it over here, and we'll simply write http dot get. So here you need to write as http, yeah, dot get, and you need to get the URL that I have shown you, which is in the Ninja's API. So we need to copy this HTTP link and we'll simply paste it over here, and here wait a second, we need to simply pass like this, and here we need to pass a category that we have selected. So we'll simply pass the category that will pass in the string, through the string. Now here it is done. Now after this, here we need to pass some header because it simply says that to you need to pass some header over here, with header and a X API key. So we need to pass the API key over here. So in the header, first, wait a second, yeah, header, and we need to write a content type. So we'll write content, and first we need to write type, content type, and it is an application. So we'll write application, and it is in JSON format. So we'll write JSON. So simply write a content type, application, JSON. Now after this, you need to pass a API key. So here we'll do one thing. We'll copy this X API key from here and we'll simply paste it over here. And here I need to pass my API key. So to pass the API key, let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name, which let's keep like service.dart. And here I will simply pass a string and we'll write API key, yeah, something like this. And here you can simply paste your API key. So I'll just writing API key. So you can simply pass your API key, and now where you can find the API key, so just sign up in the API Ninjas. It is totally free. You can simply sign up by using this button and just create an account, and you will find one API key and simply paste it over here. So here, now after this, I will simply write like API key, something like this. So here it is. So it will simply get the string that we have wrote from the services.dart file. Now after this, here we need to pass a response code. So in the response code, I will simply write if the response status code is equals to 200. That means if we have run this API and we have get a successful result which shows like in the code language a 200, then we'll simply get the data from this API. So we'll pass a list which will be a dynamic adjacent data, and will write equals to, and will simply JSON decode, and will decode the response that we have get over here. So we'll write response dot body, and here you can see that we have passed a list. The reason to pass a list, because here you can see a square bracket. So the result we get while calling this API is this result. So here you can see that there is a square bracket. So that's why I passed a list over here. So the square bracket indicates a list. So it is in the form of the list, then it is in the form of the map. So first we need to call the list, then a map, then we need to get this respective field. So here I will do one thing, like once we got the list, we can simply move to the map. So we'll write JSON.data is not empty. So we'll check that. For an example, if the data we get over here is empty or not. So for an example, it is not empty, then we'll simply move to the map that I've told you now. So we'll move to the map and we'll simply write a map string dynamic. Now the reason for writing string dynamic is because here you can see that it is in double inverted comma, so it is an string. Now here I pass dynamic because the result that we are getting over here, I mean this result in the blue color, it may be, it will be in the form of number or anything. So I'm not sure that it will be exactly like string. So that's why I passed a dynamic character over here. Now dynamic is something, if you don't know that, dynamic, like it can covers everything like a string, a boolean character, a number, or like anything. Now we can simply pass our map name, which is a quiz, and here we'll pass a JSON data and we'll get the data. Yeah. Now after this, I need to create some strings so that I can first store some questions. So I will write a string question 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 Yeah, and we'll simply pass question is equals to, and we'll write a quiz, and in the quiz we need to write exact field name which is a question. So we'll copy this field name and we'll paste it over here. Yeah, now we need to also get an answer for that question, so we'll write answer, and here we'll get an answer, so we'll write answer is equals to quiz is equals, sorry, not equals to. Now here we need to pass an answer, so we'll pass an answer over here like this. So here it is done, and now we need to pass a set state so that the data we have stored over here will frequently get refreshed. And here we have wrote a fetch quiz function. Now after this, you can see that there we have passed a question, which is this question, a correct answer. So for an example, if I will take this question, so the correct answer is Paul Davidson, right? So here we have just passed one question and one answer. Now the rest three options. Now to show the rest three option, as I've told you in the starting of the video, that we are going to use our API, which is a random word. Now here you get to know that why I'm trying to pass a random word. So through the random word, we'll get the random word for the rest three options, and we can make a complete quiz app. Now after this, we'll do one thing, like we'll create a function for the rest options. So we'll write a future. Now after the future, we'll simply write a void, sorry, void, and we'll write rest option, and here we need to simply pass an async, now a final. Now we need to pass a response. So rather than writing the code again and again, I will copy this code again and will paste it over here, something like this. Now we'll simply rename all the thing that we need to pass. So here you can see that there is this link we are going to use to get a random word, but here you can see that there is one parameter named limit. So the limit is something that it will show that how much words you want to show in the app. So in the limit, I will simply pass the limit, like I want to show the three options, so I will pass a limit up to 3. So we need to pass a limit over here. So I will do one thing. First I will copy this and we'll paste it over here, something like this. And here we need to simply write a limit, which is this limit. So copy this limit over here and we'll paste it over here, and the limit which will be, yeah, so we need to get a 3 options, so that's why passed a limit should be equals to 3. Okay, so now I have done some research to make the app for the quiz app, because when we are calling this API, I mean to show I mean to say the random word API, this API, so we are getting only one result, which is a single word. But here you can see that we are making a quiz app, so we need a rest three options. So there is an limit, but here you can see that there is an limit, and here you can simply pass an limit, like how much words do you want to get from, like 1, 2 or 3, and by using the limit you can easily get a word. But as I am developer and I take as a challenge, and I thought that I will not buy any premium for this API, because I know that there will be many viewers who are not able to buy the premium of this API ninjas. So I've thought that by using this API without buying a subscription, I will simply get all the 3 words for our app. and it will be a completely three different words, and then we can directly show as an option in our quiz app. Now after this, what I have done, that here I have wrote a function name rest option. So let me show you what all code I have wrote. So here you can see that in the response I simply get this API. So this API I was talking about. So this is the API. Now here you can see the application JSON and the content type the same that we have wrote above, and the X API and the API key. Now after this, if the response is true, that I've told you that here we have passed a map. The reason we have passed a map, because here it is not a list. In the top there was an list, so we have used the list, but it is a map, so we have passed a map. Now if the data we have find is not empty here, then I use a string word and simply store the word, and the word, which word, this word. So this is the field that I simply call, and I store in the string name word. So I think so you are getting what I'm trying to understand. So here I'm calling the API, here I'm getting the map, which is this map. So here you can see the map. Now the string word, and through the string word field I am simply getting the word, and in the this word. So after this I have wrote options dot add word. So let me tell you where this option come from. So I have created one list string where I can store some string, where I can store some string in the list name option. So I simply create an empty list name option over here, and I'm keep on adding the word in that list. So for an example, if this API run for the first time, it will simply like pass an option like this word, and this word will directly add to the options list. Now here I've got the first word. Now I need a rest too. So I've used my brain, and I thought that if I will call this function more two times, I will get a rest two words, and I will get a three words for my quiz app without buying any subscriptions. I'm telling you again because I take as a challenge. I thought that let's make this quiz app with an interesting API calls, and I can show you how we can make a function recursive call again and again. So I've simply passed like if the option dot length should be less than 3. That means that it start from 0. So 0, 1, 2. You know that the list start from 0, so 0, 1, 2. So we have got three word. So until we get a three word, we'll keep on calling the rest option over here. So for an example, if you want to get four word, you can simply write like 5, and it will get you the four word over here. So I need only three word, so I will simply write a 3, and it will simply call the rest option function again and again until I get a three word over here. So this is the thing that I have used. So now let me show you what result we will get when I will simply hot restart this app. So I have called this rest option in the init state. So to test like how this function work. So I will do one thing like you can see that I've already tested, but I will test in front of you. So I will simply hot restart this app, and here you can see that we have got first word, the second word, and the three words. So this is the result we are getting while simply printing the option list. So we have successfully get a three word in our option list without buying any premium subscriptions for this API, and this is the thing that I want to show. So you can simply look to the code if you have any doubt. Like I have simply make a recursive call, and by this option you can simply get to know lots of the thing about a recursive call and how the list are used in the app. So if you like my idea, like how I have take as a challenge, and I want to show something new, by just a single API, how we can call a single API multiple times and can get the result. So do not forget to hit that like button. I think so I deserve a like for this thing, and this is the extra thing that I have taught you, and it will really helpful when you are going to make a big apps. So once we got a rest 3 option, now let's show this rest 3 option over here. After this, we'll move to the text widget, and here in the text widget you can see that I have wrote option to replace all. Now here you can see that in the result we are getting is in the form the square bracket. So for an example, if I will simply call like option 2 over here, you can see that there will be a square bracket, but it doesn't look good if we print with a square bracket. So I've just used this command to simply remove this bracket over here, and it will simply remove the square brackets from here. Now let me write all other functions. So first one is this, second one will be this, and third one will be this. Yeah, so these are the 3 options that we want to show in the app. Now here, do not forget to pass this command, something I want to show. Yeah, so here do not forget to pass this command, like until we didn't get the complete list, we need to show a circular progress indicator. So if you won't write this command, you will get an not overflow, a size error that the option length is not true, because we have already passed our option command over here on this text field. And last one, we are going to show an answer that we get. So we'll write print an answer. Yeah, so let's call this fetch quiz in the init state. So we'll write fetch quiz. We'll simply pass an category, and we'll pass the category which is music. So music. Yeah, so this is the category. Now simply hot restart the app, and here you will get a first 3 option and the correct answer. Yeah, so we need to also pass a question over here. So let's move, and we'll simply write an question. So we'll write a question like this. So here you can see the question and the 4 options. So it is the thing that we want to show. We have got a question and the 4 options, and this is how our quiz app will work. Now when I'll tap to the different option, I want to show the questions accordingly. So to handle that, I will do one thing. I will simply move to the music, and we need to call that 2 functions that I have told you now. So here we need to pass an async. Now we need to pass an await, and we need to call first one which is rest option, and then we need to call await and the question that we need. So the question that we need is a fetch quiz. So here it's a fetch quiz. Now, but before that, we need to simply pass the option to space. Yeah, so we need to do that, otherwise it will keep on adding the list string in this list again and again. Now here we need to pass a category name which is music. Now here you have wrote in the first character is capital, but make sure when you're calling the API, the category name should be exact what it is shown over here in the trivia API. So this is how you need to pass a category. You can't simply pass a music with a capital M. It will simply throw an error. Now after this, let's pass all this state to other categories. So here it is done. Now I'll simply hot restart the app. Now here you can see that this page is loading, and here I have got the quiz for our music category, and here you can see the question and the four options. Now when I'll tap to geography, it will simply load the screen, and here you can see that we got a question related to geography and the four options. So it is working brilliantly, and this is what we are expected and how we need to get this all the thing. So yeah, it is working brilliantly, and our cues and our main goal of showing the question with a rest four options is done. Now here you can see that there is a question and the four options. Now according to the quiz app, if I will select any of the options over here, it should show me the correct answer with a red border, sorry, a correct answer with a green border and a wrong answer with a red border. So let's execute this function that I have told you now. So here you can see that there is a different container that have been shown over here. So here I will do one thing, we'll move to the first container, but before that I will simply create one boolean character which will be like answer now should be equals to false, and by this answer now boolean character will keep the track like if the user have pressed any of these four options. Now to track this container, we'll do one thing, we'll simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method we'll simply pass that answer now should be equals to true. Like if the first container is tapped, then we'll simply make the answer now to true and we'll simply pass a set state. Now let's pass this case to all other containers. So we'll simply wrap up with a gesture detector again on tap and we'll paste it over here. Now the third one, gesture detector on tap, and a fourth one, just a detector on tap, and here we call an function. Yeah, so here it is done, and we have wrote a function for all this container that we have shown. Now here comes the main case, like we need to show the border color with a different color according to the user select an option. Like if it select the correct answer, then I have told you that will show green. So here we'll do one thing, we'll move to the border color and we'll simply write that if answer now will be true, like if the user have pressed this container, then we are going to change the color, otherwise not. So here, and if the answer is equals to the option, then we'll simply show the colors dot green, otherwise we'll show the option colors dot red. Yeah, something like this. Like if answer now will be true, then we'll move over here and the last will be colors dot black 45. Yeah, so I think so it should work. So let me test the execution of it. So when I'll tap to this slave text, it shows me the that this is a wrong option that I have selected, because the correct answer for this question is queen. So here it's worked brilliantly, and now we can do one thing, we can simply hot restart the app again, and here you can see that we have got another question. So here the answer is again I think so queen. Now let's pass this case to all the other options that we have wrote just now. So we'll pass like if the answer now is true, then we'll move to the answer is equals to the option 1 string, then we'll simply show the colors dot green, otherwise colors dot red. Yeah, so here it is. what we are going to pass, and we'll do same for the other. So let's copy this so that I won't need to write it again and again. So we'll paste it over here, something like this. We'll simply change the option to, and here we'll pass an option. Now here is the one thing that I'm thinking about it, like if we are making the quiz app, then there will be a case like, for an example, if I will tap to the, I will guess the answer, like for this question, I will guess the answer from these four options, but we have passed the answer to the last container. So each time the user will get to know that the last option is the answer of this question. So it is not like a quiz app that we are looking for. We need to simply like shuffle this options in this four container so that the user can't get to know that the fourth option is the only answer for this question. So I'm hoping that you are getting what I'm trying to say over here. So what I was talking about here, like what I have called one, I have wrote one function named shuffle list. Now here, once we get an option list, I want to simply shuffle the strings that store in the option. By this way, I can simply like shuffle the options that have been shown in the app, and the user can't get a correct, like a fourth option is the only correct answer for this question. So each time they will get like, then they can't play a quiz because they already know the answer for the each category. Now after this, I have, that's why I've wrote a shuffle list function over here, and it will completely shuffle my strings that will be stored in the option list. Now to call this function, I will simply pass an else over here, and will simply pass the shuffle list function. Yeah, something like this, and it will simply shuffle my options over here. Now after this, I will do one thing. I will simply pass an option 3 for this. Now if you need a code related to this, because if you are facing any problem to write a code along with me, you can simply find the code link in the description box. I will paste a code link in the description box. You can simply get a code from there. And now I will do one thing. I will simply pass this over here, which will be a third option. So I will write 0 1 2, yeah, so third option. And now we'll copy, and so here you can see the error because we haven't passed a third option till now. So we'll do one thing. We'll copy this color again, and we'll paste it over here, something like this. We'll pass option 3 over here. So now we'll simply hot restart the app, and I will show you what I was talking about. So here you can see that there it passed a 3 function. So we need to change the command. From here we need to do up to 4. So we'll simply hot restart it again, and here you can see first, second. I will simply hot restart the app again. So 1 2 3 and 4, yeah, so it's worked brilliantly. Now here, when I'll tap to this any of the answers, I don't know the answer of these options. So here you can see that this is the correct option that I was talking about. So it was showing like in the fourth one, but now we have simply shuffled this one. So now I'll simply hot restart the app again. So now I'll tap to the correct option. So here you can see that the correct option simply changed the location from 1 to 2. So this is what I was talking about. And here we have made the complete quiz app by simple API integration. We haven't used use a Firebase, but if you want to learn a quiz app with a Firebase, you can find a link in the description box where we have made a complete quiz app from the scratch with the help of Firebase. So in this video, I know you have got to know lots of things regarding the Flutter app and how to integrate the API, how to recursively call an function and everything, and how to use a list in the Flutter app. So by simply following this app, you can get to know lots of thing regarding the Flutter function and how this works. So if you are facing any problem to write a code along with me, you can simply find a code link in the description box. And if you are looking for any app for your business or your school or your resume, then you can simply visit our app crafting startup website, and you can simply find our mail and can simply mail us for the app that you are looking for. We'll simply make a budget friendly app for you. Now, before moving to the code, let me show you how your app will look like at the end of this series and what all features you will learn on this series. So here you can see our wallpaper app, and in the home page you can see a user image at the top left position, and in the center you can see the app name, which is Wallify, and just below of it you can see a carousel slider where it is showing a top wallpaper of this app. Now we'll move to the search section where we have used a pixel API. So on the last part I have teached how to set the pixel API in your wallpaper app and can search for any wallpaper through a search bar. Now in the search page I will search beach here and will click to the search icon. So here you can see all the wallpapers that have been shown through the API, and it takes just a few seconds to show as many wallpaper you want by searching for that respective category. Now I will search for another category, which is nature, and will click to the search icon again, and it will show me all the wallpaper related to the search item that I have searched. Now let's move to the categories section, and here you can see a different categories like wildlife, foods, nature and city. Now in the nature you can see a different wallpaper. Basically in the category section the admin can upload the wallpaper to that respective category, and that wallpaper will be shown in our app. So on this series we are also going to use a admin panel from where the admin can upload the wallpaper to the respective category, and that wallpaper will be shown here. So you can see that how brilliantly our wallpaper app will be working, because firstly we can show the wallpaper through the pixel API, and secondly we can also upload the customized wallpaper to that respective category through the admin panel. So in both the way you can upload the wallpaper to your phone device. Let's move to the admin login page, and here we need to enter a unique username and the password so that we can directly move to the add wallpaper page and can upload the wallpaper. So our username will be Peter and the password 123456. Now I'll click to the login button and will directly move to the add wallpaper page. Now we can upload the image from our phone gallery. So I will click to the camera icon. Now I will upload the image and will select the category. So you can see the category option like wildlife, foods, nature, city that I have just shown you in the home page or the user side. Now I will select nature here and will click on add, and as you can see wallpaper has been added successfully. Now let's move to the home page again and we'll check that if our wallpaper has been added to the categories section, I mean in the nature section. Here you can see the image that we have just uploaded from the admin panel. So it is working brilliantly, and we can also upload the wallpaper by using the admin panel. Now I will show you how to save the respective image as the wallpaper in our phone device. Now I will search nature here, and when I will tap to the image that I like as a wallpaper, then it will cover a complete phone height and the width, and you can see that how brilliantly our app is working, and it looks really great. And you can see a set wallpaper button, and it has a feature like that image will be saved in the gallery by pressing this button. Now we'll click to the cancel button and can pop out this image and can select another image that we want. Now I'll select the random image from here, and again it covers a complete height and width of the screen and it looks really great. Now I will set this image as a wallpaper, so I will click in the set wallpaper button and the image has been saved in our phone gallery. So let's move and we'll check that in our phone gallery. And you can see the image that we have just saved from our wallpaper app, and the image has been directly saved in our phone gallery. Now we can set this image as a wallpaper in our phone app. So I have shown you all the features that we will be covering on this wallpaper series and how brilliantly our app will be working by adding all these features. And you can set any of the wallpaper by searching the respective image or by setting the customized wallpaper or by uploading the customized wallpaper through the admin panel. So in both the way you can set the wallpaper in your phone device. Also, do not skip any of the process or part from this series because each and every part will be necessary to create this app from the scratch. Now let's move to the code and develop this amazing app from the scratch. Now you can see that there is a check banner at the top right position of the app. So to remove a debug show check banner, let's move to the main.dart file and we'll write debug show mode check banner to false. And by making it to false, it will remove a check banner from the top right position. Now let's move to the lib folder and we'll create a new folder named pages here, and inside the pages folder I will create a new file named home.dart, and inside the home.dart file I will create a package named flutter material.dart. Now we'll write stateful widget, home, now scaffold, body, container, child, column. So as you can see that when I am writing the widgets in our home.dart file, then there is a blue line under each widget that I write on this dart file. So when you code, it doesn't look good with a blue underline under the each widgets. So to remove the blue underline from widgets, let's move to the analysis options.yaml file, and I will add two lines in our rules and it will directly remove the sum of the blue lines from the widgets. So here you can see that I have added the two lines in our rules. Now after saving the file, it will almost remove the blue lines from our widgets, and this will help us to code clearly in our VS Code. Now I will write my app name in our home.dart file. So I will use a text widget here, and inside the text widget I will write Wallify and will give the styling by using a text style. So we'll write style, text style, colors dot black, font size 25.0 and font weight dot bold. So our app name will be Wallify here. Now let's call the home page from our main.dart file, and here you can see the app name. Now let's move the text widget to the center. Now I want to provide the styling to my text widget here. So we need to add the some fonts in our VS Code so that we can use that fonts to give our styling to the text in our text widget. So let's move to the Google fonts here, and here you can see that there are lots of fonts that you can use according to your need. So in the search bar I will search a Poppins icon here. So I will write Poppins. Now I will use this font in our VS Code. So I will download the family from here. Now I will unzip the file Poppins So in the pop-ins, you can see that there are lots of styling like pop-ins thin italic, pop-ins thin, etc. that you can use according to your need. So but before that, let's create a folder name fonts here and we'll paste a pop-ins semi-bold dot ttf file here. So I going to use this font in my app. Now we need to call this font in our prospect YAML.file. So let's move to the fonts and in the family I will write Poppins. Now I'll write exact file name that I have saved in the fonts folder here. So I will write Poppins semi bold dot ttf. Please make sure when you are writing the specific font file name, then it should be exact what you have saved in the fonts folder. If anything will be mismatched, then you can't get the result in the text widget. Now run all the fonts here. Now let's move to the home.dart file and here I will write font family and we'll give the family name Poppins. Now after saving the file, so you can see that frequently change our styling of our text widget. So I have teached you how to use a fonts in your text widget by using a Google Fonts and you can use a different fonts according to your choice. So if you are a new viewer in this channel, then I have already made a video where I have teached you lots of things regarding the text widget and many more widgets. So you can follow that video. I will paste the link in the comment box. So by following that video, you can learn lots of things about different widgets and can know more about these widgets in more detail, which will help you to customize your app in more beautiful way. Now I want to show the user image here. So I will wrap a center widget with a row widget and through image.asset I will get the user image here. So let's create a first images folder here and in the images folder I will save the image that I want to show in our home page. So you can see that I have saved one of the JPG file in our images folder. Now let's call that images folder in the perspec.ml file. So let's write asset images and it will frequently call all the image that will save in the images folder. Please do not skip this process, otherwise you can't get the images from the images folder. So each and every step is necessary that I am doing in the perspec.ml file. Now we'll write images and we'll write exact image file name. So we'll write boy.jpg and through the height and width we'll give the image height and the width and fit boxfit.cover. Now clip react. The reason for using a clip react because I want to provide the border radius to my image. So I need to wrap up with a clip react widget and will write border radius dot circular 60. So here you can see the user image. Now let's provide the margin from the left position. Now I want to provide some elevation to our image. So we'll wrap up with a material widget and we'll pass the elevation 5.0. Now let's provide the border radius to the material widget 2. So here it is done. Now let's provide the width between the image and the text. So we'll write size box width 50.0, sorry 80.0. Now let's remove the center widget here because through the center widget we can't center the text in the row widget. So as I have explained you in the starting of the video that there will be a different wallpaper that will be shown in the home page which will be uploaded by the admin from the admin panel. So we'll use a carousel slider here to show all the images in our home page. So it will automatically shows all the images one by one in our home page and can show most trending wallpapers in our app. So let's move to the pop dev and we need to write a carousel slider here because I need to copy the carousel slider package from pop dev to the perspec.ml file. so that we can use a carousel slider in our app. So paste the package in the pub.yaml file just in the dependencies and run the package. Now let's move to the home.dart file again, and here I will write carousel slider dot builder, and in the carousel slider will pass a list or the wallpaper that we want to show in the home page. So let's move and create a list here. So we'll write list name wallpaper image and will pass a list here, and in the item count I will write wallpaper image dot length so that we can get all the length of the wallpaper that will shape in the list wallpaper image. So you can see that I have saved all the image wallpaper in the images folder just for now, because as I've told you that will show all the wallpaper from the Firebase, but we are just creating the UI, and after creating the UI we'll add a function from the Firebase. So we'll write images wallpaper1.jpg. So we'll write all the address of wallpaper 1, wallpaper 2 and wallpaper 3. So in the item builder, I will write context, index, and real index. Through the index, we'll get all the things that we have saved in the list name wallpaper image, and we'll write final res wallpaper image, and we'll write index dot, and through the wallpaper image we'll get all the index one by one and we'll show them through the widget name build image here. So let's create a widget name build image, and we'll pass a string URL image. Basically in the URL image we'll pass the address of the image that we have saved in the images folder, and in the index I will pass the index of that respective wallpaper that I want to show one by one in a carousel slider, and will pass a container, and in the container I will give the height media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 1.5. Now, many of the new viewers who are watching my video for the first time, they might got confused why I've used a media query in a height. Basically, media query makes your app highly responsive. So, by using the media query in the height, you can use the height of the container accordingly if you want to test the app in a multiple device. So I will always recommend you to use a media query in your container when you are passing it to the height. Now we'll write child image.asset, and we'll write URL to image, and we'll write fit boxfit.cover. So if you want to learn more about the image widget, then I've already told you that you can follow one of my video in my channel where I've told lots of things regarding these widgets in a Flutter. Now we'll pass a width media query dot of context dot size dot width, and we'll wrap up a image dot asset with a clip react so that we can give the border radius to the image widget here. So we'll write border radius dot circular 10. So in the build image we'll pass a image which will be res. As you know that we have already created a wallpaper image list here, so we'll get all the address of that respective wallpaper from the index like 0, 1, 2 in our res string, and we'll pass that to the build image function, and in the options we'll write carousel options, and you can see that there are lots of things that you can use in the carousel option like reverse, autoplay, duration, page snapping, etc. So in the height, we'll give the height of the carousel slider that we want to show. So we'll again use a media query here. Now view portion fraction 1 here and enlarge center page to true and enlarge strategy dot height. I am writing all these things because I want to show my carousel slider according to the design that I have thought. So there are lots of things that you can use according to your way as you want to show the carousel in your home page. So let's restart the app. So I made a small mistake here. I have wrote a carousel slider in our row. So let's remove the carousel slider from the row widget and will paste it in the column widget. So after doing that, you can see the image that I have passed in our carousel slider. So let's provide the height from the top. So I will write size box height 30.0 and let's provide the margin from the right position. So we'll write right 20.0. Now let's provide some more border radius to the image. So we'll write border radius dot circular 30. So we'll change from 10 to 30 and you can see that after dragging the image it will show the second image and the third image. So our carousel slider is working brilliantly and you can see all the images that we have saved in our wallpaper list. So our second and third image is same. So let me change the image so that I can see three different images in our home page. So we have replaced a third image with the another image and you can see the third image in our home screen. Now I want that it will automatically shows all the wallpaper in our home page. We don't have to scroll each image one by one, see all the images in our home page. So in the carousel option, I will write autoplay to true. So by making it to true, you can see that it loads the second image and the third image automatically without the user have to drag the image to see the next image here. So this is one of the important feature in the carousel slider to show all the images automatically in the home page, and it also looks good because by making the autoplay to true it frequently loads the image one by one. So now let me show you the usage of viewport fraction. So if I will remove a viewport fraction, then you can see all the three images together in the home page. But it doesn't look good. We doesn't enlarge the center image here. So to enlarge the center image and make the image to use a complete height and width of the screen, I need to write viewport fraction 1 here. So there are lots of things in the carousel option you can use according to your choice and make your app really more attractive by using a carousel slider. Now I am going to show a dot indicator just below the carousel slider because I want to show how much image are in our home page by using a dot indicator. So when we'll move to the second image, then the dot indicator will move automatically according to the carousel slider move from first to second, second to third and third to fourth. So to show a dot indicator, so let's move to the perf dev and we need to copy the package name smooth page indicator which will help us to show a dot indicator in our home page. So we'll move to the installing and copy the package from here and we'll paste it inside the perspecaml file. Now run the package in the perspecaml file. Now let's move to the home.dart file and we'll create a widget name build indicator, and in the indicator will show a animated smooth indicator, and in the active index we'll pass the active index of the carousel slider so that we can move a dot indicator automatically when the wallpaper move from one to the another. So we need to update the active index here so that we can successfully move the dot indicator from one to the another. So we'll create a int active index and we'll keep on updating the active index and we'll pass the active index to the dot indicator so that it can frequently update as soon as the wallpaper move from one page to the another. So we'll write active index 0. Now in the count, I will pass a count of all the wallpaper that we have shown in the carousel slider. So that many dot we can show here in our home page, which will indicate that how much wallpaper are there in the home page. So in the count, I am writing 3 here because we are showing 3 wallpaper in our home page, and in the effect there are lot of the effect that you can show according to your choice. So you can see swap effect, bomb effect, slide effect, jumping dot effect, expanding dot effect, etc. So there are lot of animations that you can show in your app according to your choice. Basically, this effect is something that will shown when the dot will move from one dot to the another. Don't get confused. I will show you how I will do that. So in the slide effect, so I'm going to use a slide effect here. Now in the slide effect, I will write dot width. So in the dot width, I will pass 15 here and dot height 15. Basically, this height and width will help us to provide the dot a specific size according to the number we enter in a dot width and the height. And in the active dot color, when the specific dot will be active, then this color will be shown in that dot. So I am passing colors dot blue. Now let's call the build indicator in the column widget and will provide the space between the carousel slider and the dot indicator. So we'll call a build indicator widget here and we'll center it with the help of center widget here. So here you can see the dot that I was talking about. So you can see that we have passed a count 3. So it shows a 3 dot in our home page. Now you can see that our carousel slider is keep on changing the wallpaper from one to the another, but our dot indicator is not moving automatically according to the carousel slider. So we need to pass a onChange method in our carousel option so that we can frequently update the dot indicator index from one to the another. So we'll call a onPageChange function and we'll write index reason, and in the set state we'll update the active index that we have just passed in the build indicator widget, and we'll update the active index according to the index of the carousel slider. So we'll use a set state, frequently update the active index according to the index of the carousel slider. So for an example, if the index of the carousel slider is 1, then it will frequently update the active index to 1, and the active index will help us to move the indicator from one dot to the another. So now let's hot restart it again, and here you can see that after moving to the second wallpaper active index, so here you can see that after moving to the second wallpaper, our dot indicator move automatically with the help of active index here, and it's keep on moving according to the carousel slider. So our build indicator is also working brilliantly, and our carousel slider and build indicator are moving according to the index that we have passed. Though I have told you there are lots of effect in the build indicator, so let me change the effect to jump dot effect, and you can see that after hot restart it again, it will move to the next dot by jumping from one point to the another. So by jumping dot effect, it will jump from one dot to the another by jumping dot effect. Now let's change it to the slide effect again. So there are lots of animation that you can use according to your choice. Now let's move and we'll create a curve bottom navigation in our home page so that we can frequently navigate to the different pages like search, categories and the home page. So we'll move to the perf dev and we'll copy the curve navigation package from here and we'll paste it inside the perspec.yaml file. So let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name bottom nav.dart and we'll again import the package material.dart and stateful widget name bottom nav. So let's move and we'll create a integer current tab index so that we can get the index of that respective icon that we have tabbed in our bottom navigation bar, and in the list we'll write widget. We'll name the list name pages here, and in the pages we'll save all the page that will pass in our bottom navigation bar. So let's create a search.dart file here and we'll again import the package and we'll write a stateful widget name search here. Now let's move and we'll create one more file in our pages folder which is categories dot, and let's import again a material dot package and we'll create a stateful widget name categories here. Now let's move to the bottom nav and we'll call all the pages that we have saved in the pages folder and we want to show them in the bottom navigation bar. So first one is home and categories and the search. Now in the init state I will call all the page to that respective string that we have just mentioned above. So for the home, we'll call a home.dart file, and for the search, search.dart file, and in the categories, we'll call a categories.dart file. Now we'll save all the dart file in the pages list so that we can show them in the bottom navigation bar by using the specific index. So first we are going to show the home page, then the search page, then the categories page. And I will create one more widget name current page. Now in the current page, I will show the home page here because I want that as soon as the app launches, then it will show first the home page and user can navigate to the search page and categories page by using a bottom navigation bar. Now scaffold bottom navigation bar and will write curved navigation bar. Though this is not my first time that I am using a curved navigation bar in the Flutter app. I have already made a series food delivery app where we have made the complete app from scratch with admin panel, where I have already used a bottom navigation bar in that series. So if you are a new viewer to this channel, then I will recommend you to follow that series too, which will help you to learn lots of things regarding the Flutter and Firebase. I will paste the link in the description box so that you can follow that series and can add one more app to your app bucket list. You can also follow some more apps like chat app, to-do app, news app that will help you to learn lots of things regarding the APIs, payment gateway, Flutter widgets, Flutter packages, etc. Though in the home page you have used a carousel slider, but I have already used a carousel slider in our news app. So if you already followed a news app, then you might not face a difficulty to add a carousel slider in the home page. So in the items, I will pass all the icons that I want to show in our navigation bar. So first one is icon, icons dot home outline, and will give the color to our icon, which is colors dot white, and our second icon will be icons dot search outline, and third icon will be icons dot categories. So these are the three icons that I will use in the curve navigation bar to navigate into the three pages that I have just mentioned above. Now in the curve navigation bar, I will give the height 65, which will suggest the height of the bottom navigation bar, and will pass the color, which will be the customized color code. Now I want to show the animation duration, which will be the duration of milliseconds 500. By using the animation duration, it will suggest that how much time it will take to show the animation by moving from one icon to the another. So you can also pass a duration 500 seconds, and in the on tab will pass the index, and in the set state will show the current tab index equals to index. So by using the current tab index, I will show the respective page if the user have pressed on the respective icon. So this will help me to navigate to the different pages easily by using the respective index of that page in the pages list. Now let's move to the main.dart file, and we'll call a bottom nav function, and here you can see the all icons that I have been talking about. So here you can see the home page, search page, and the categories page. But I can't see my home page here because I think so I forgot to call a current page in the body that I want to show in the scaffold widget. So here you can see the home page. Now let's change the color of that respective icon so that I can see all the icons clearly. So we'll write a button background color colors.black, and the background color colors.white. Now pass all the color to that respective icon so that we can see all the icons when we tap to that respective icon. So here you can see the search and category icon clearly. So I'm changing a customized color code in our bottom navigation bar to make it more attractive for the users who are using the app, so that they can see all the icons clearly in our bottom navigation bar. So we'll pass a color dot from ARGB and 25, 84, 87, and 93. So this is a customized color code that I am going to use for our bottom navigation bar, and it also look really great with a UI that we have just wrote in our home page. Now let's move to the categories page. So we'll first make the UI in our categories.dart file. But before moving to the categories page, I have a small request from you. If you haven't hit that like and subscribe button till now, then please hit that like so that you won't miss out on any of the content we upload on this channel, and you won't also miss the videos that will keep on uploading in our wallpaper series. So first I am going to create a headline for our categories.dart file, which will be the categories. Then we'll show all the categories one by one in the form of the list, so that user can tab to that respective category and can get all the wallpaper for that respective category. And then can use them as their wallpaper in their phone device. So we'll copy the same text widget that we have wrote in the home page and we'll paste it to the column widget and we'll rename it to the categories. So here you can see the text. Now I will center the text by using the center widget and will give the margin from the top. So we'll use h inside dot only top 50.0. So here I will create a container and I will use a stack widget here because I will use a respective image for that category, and just above the image I will show the name of that respective category. Whenever you want to overlap two widgets one over the another, then you can use a stack widget here. Basically, stack widget can help us to write one widget over the another. So in the container, I will write decoration, box decoration, and will first pass the border radius dot circular 20. Now we'll give the width media query dot of context dot size dot width so that it can use the complete width of the screen. Now we'll pass the image that we have saved in the images folder by using image.asset. So we'll call a wildlife.jpg image and we'll pass a width media query dot of context dot size dot width and we'll use a height 300 here and fit boxfit dot cover. So here I can't see the image, so I have wrote a wrong file name here. Our w is small, so we'll change it to a small letter. Now here you can see the image that we have saved in our images folder. Now let's provide the margin from the left position. So we'll write left 20.0 and right 20.0 and from the bottom, and we'll give the height from the top. So we'll use size box height 20.0. So let's decrease the height of the image to 150, maybe 180. So it's look good. Now we'll provide the border radius to the image by using a clip react widget. As you can see that I've already provided the border radius to our container, then why I'm going to use a border radius again by using a clip react widget to give the border radius to the image. The reason is that whenever you are going to write a container and provide the border radius in the container, then it won't give the border radius to your image. So whenever you want to provide a border radius to the image, then always wrap up a image widget with a clip react widget and pass the border radius to your clip react widget. So this was a small hint from me to how to use a clip react widget and give the border radius to your image. So I'm going to provide lots of hint in this wallpaper series which will help you to make your coding easier and learn lots of things regarding the Flutter widgets. Now I will write container and will overlap a image widget here. So in the decoration we'll pass a color colors.black 38. I'm using a color black 38 because I want to show a text just over this image. So to show the image clearly, I need to give a black color to that respective image and to show the white text clearly over this image. So we'll use our text wildlife and we'll give the styling text style color colors dot white font family poppins and font size 20.0 and font weight dot bold. So here you can see the image. Now let's bring it to the center. So we'll wrap up with a center widget. Also increase the text size to 28 and we'll change the color to black 26 and we'll pass a border radius to the container. So here you can see that I've created a first category name wildlife here by using the stack widget in our container widget. and here it's look really great. Now let's move and create some more category in our categories.dart file. So I will copy the same container code that I have just wrote now and will paste it below and will just change the image file name and the text. So here you can see that I have created a 4 category in our categories.dart file. So first one is wildlife, second one is food, third one is nature, and fourth one is city. So I have already told you that there will be also a admin panel in this app. So through the admin panel, the admin can upload the respective wallpaper to the user app by using the respective category, and they can upload the wallpaper to the Firebase storage and will use that image to show them in our app. So here is our home page and we have made the category page in our last video. Now let's move to the search page, and here first I will add the headline search here. So we'll copy the same text widget from our home.dart file and will paste it to the search.dart file and will change it to search. So we'll write scaffold, body, container, child, column, and we'll paste the text widget here and we'll change the text from Wallify to search. And here you can see the text in our search.dart file. Now we'll make it to the center by using the center widget, and I want to provide the margin from the top. So I will write margin edge inside dot only top 50.0. So here you can see the headline of our search.dart file. Now just below the text, I will show the text field so that user can enter the text and can search for the respective wallpaper they want to add in their phone device. Now I'll write container with media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now decoration, box decoration, and we'll pass the color, and we'll pass a customized color code. So we'll write 0xFF. So if you have already watched some of my apps that I have made from the scratch, like chat app, food delivery app, etc., then you already know that why we start the customized color code with 0xFF. But if you are a new viewer, then I want to explain you that when you are writing the customized color code, then always start with 0xFF so that it can read the color code that you will pass in the color function here. If you are thinking that why I have used a media query, then media query is something that makes your app highly responsive. So always use a media query while passing a width to the container so that you can test the app in the multiple devices and can make your app highly responsive. Now we'll write child text field, and here you can see the text field and the container. Now let's provide the margin. So we'll write margin edge insert dot symmetric horizontal 20.0. Now here you can see the line in our text field that doesn't look good. So to remove this line in our text field, I will write decoration, input decoration, border, input border dot none. So while writing input border dot none, it will frequently remove the line from our text field. Now I will pass a search icon here so that user can tap to that icon and can search for that respective wallpaper that they have wrote in this text field. So we'll write suffix icons dot search outline. So if you want to provide the icon in the last position of the text field, I mean the right side of the text field, then you have to use a suffix icon here. And if you want to provide the icon in the left side of the text field, then you can use a prefix icon here. So if you want to know more about these widgets, then you can follow one of my video where I have told in more detail about these widgets like text field, container, text widget, etc. So by watching that video, you will get much more detail about the widgets and how to use that widgets in the Flutter app. Now we'll provide the customized color code to our icon. So we'll write color and we'll pass a customized color code. This is the color that I have used in the bottom navigation bar. So for an example, if the user search cartoon here and will click to the search icon, then the app will shows all the wallpaper related to the cartoon, and user can select any of the wallpaper and can set them in their phone device. Now to show all the wallpapers regarding the text that the user will enter in this text field, we will use a API here. As I have already told you that there will be a API integration in this Flutter app and also a admin panel from where the admin can upload the wallpaper from the admin panel. Now to show the wallpaper for that respective text that the user have entered in the text field, we will use a Pixel API here. So let's move to the Pixels website, and here you can see the pixels.com, and we are going to use Pixels API in our Flutter app because it is free and it doesn't cost anything to use the API in our Flutter app. So it contains lots of image in the portrait form, which will be perfect for our wallpaper in our phone device. So first we need to sign in our pixels.com website. So I have already signed in by my Google account. Now let's move to the image and videos API and we'll tap to the your API key, and here we need to write a project name so that it can create a API key. Now in the project name I will write wallpaper app. Now I will select a category. So I will tap on other, and here we need to explain. So here we need to explain where we are going to integrate the photos and videos. So we are going to use these photos and videos in our Wallify app. So I will write I want to use the photos in my Wallify app so that user can set them as a wallpaper. Now we'll check box the term and the services. Now I'll click to the generate API key. So here you can see that my API key has been generated. Now I will use this API key to call the API in our Flutter app. Now let's move to the documentation and I will show you what API we are going to call in our Flutter app so that we can search for the respective text that the user will enter in the text field. So here you can see the search for photos, and we are going to search for that respective photos in our search.dart file. So I'm going to use this API here. So it is already a get method, and through the get method we'll get all the images from that respective API, and we are going to use exactly this API in our Flutter app. So we are going to call this API, and through this API we'll get all the images. So here you can see that the response after calling the link that I've just shown you here. Now in the response you can see that it will show a total result of 10,000 when the user will search a nature here. So let me explain you how we are going to use this API, and through this API how we can get the images by using a response. So here you can see the curly braces which indicates the map. Now in the total result, this is a key value pair. Basically a map is a key value pair. So our total result is string and 1000 may be a dynamic here. So if you have followed my more videos in my channel, then you already know that use of map string dynamic to upload the data to the Firestore database. And this is the same map that has been shown in our API. So here is a string page and the dynamic character 1. So here in the photos you can see a square bracket. Now many of the users might think that what really square bracket do here. Basically square bracket suggests a list of map here. Basically when you are using a list, then you already know that we create a square bracket, opening and close square bracket that indicates the list. So in the photos there are lots of map which is in the form of the list. I hope that you are not getting confused. I'm trying my best to explain you in as easy way as I can. So if you have any questions regarding the API or anything, you can comment down in the comment box, or you can directly DM me in my Instagram ID so that I can give you a quick reply in my Instagram ID. So in the photos there is a first map, and in the map you can see that, so we are going to get a URL of the image, and you can call, if you want to show a photographer name, photographer URL pic, photographer ID, etc. But I am going to call a URL in our photos list, and in the src you can see that we are going to show a portrait which will be a correct image to show the wallpaper in our app. And I am also going to call a large landscape and medium image too, so that I can show you how to call some more links in the map. Now let's move to the code again, and we are going to call the API that I have just shown you now. So in the lib folder, I will create a new folder named models, and inside the models folder, I will create a new file name photo model.dart, and here I will create a class name photos model, and in the photos, as I have shown you in the API, going to call URL. So we'll write string URL. So I will write photos model this dot URL, so that we can pass the URL to our class name photos model. Now I'll create one more class name src model, and will show all the key value pairs in our src map. So we are going to show a portrait. So we'll write string portrait and string large, string landscape, and the string medium. So these are all things that I am going to call from my src map. Now I will call all the things by using src model this dot landscape and this dot large, this dot medium, and this dot portrait. Now I will write factory photos model dot from map. There is a map, so we'll write dot from map, and we'll pass a map string dynamic parse JSON, and through the parse JSON we'll call all that respective string, and we'll pass it to the photos model. In the photos you can see that there is a URL, so we'll write URL parse JSON, and we'll write exact string name URL. We also need to pass a src here because src is also present in our photos list. So we'll write string src this dot src. In the photos list you can see the src map. So we need to write src model dot from map because src is in the form of the map. So we'll write parse json src. So in the src model I will write factory src model dot from map. Now I will write map string dynamic again and will name the string dynamic map to src json. And as I have shown you that src is also in the form of the map, so we'll write src model. Sorry, I made a small mistake here. We need to remove a string in our src because we are passing a map in our src model. So we'll write src model and we'll write src. Now in the src model we are going to call a portrait. So we'll write portrait src json and we'll write portrait. Now in the large I will call a large string and same for the landscape and medium. Now let's move to the search.dart file and we'll call the API from here. So we'll first call a list name photos model here and we'll write photos and we'll create a new list and we'll write text editing controller search controller equals to new text editing controller. Basically text editing controller is something that help us to control the text that the user will enter on this text field. And through the search controller we can pass the text to the API and we can show all the images in our app. Now in the text field I will write controller search controller. Now we'll write get search wallpaper function here and in the get search wallpaper function we'll call the API. So we'll write async await. Now in the await we are going to call a HTTP because as you know that the link of our image is in the form of the link which start with HTTP. So we need to call a HTTP package from our pub So we'll write HTTP and in the HTTP I will click in the installing and will copy the dependency from here and will paste it inside the pub.yaml file. Now we need to import the package http in our search.dart file so that we can use this. So we'll copy the import package from here and we'll paste it inside the search.dart file and we'll write as http. Please do not forget to write as http here, otherwise it will throw the error when you'll call the http in the get search wallpaper function. I am facing the error because it doesn't call the HTTP package from the pub.yaml file. So let me see what we need to do to overcome this error. So in the new HTTP package there is some problem. You can use this exact package in your app to call the HTTP. Now let's save the complete package from here and you can see that error has been gone and it frequently loads the HTTP in our app. Now I will write await http dot get and in the URL we'll pass the link of the API that we need to call. So let's move to the Pixels website and we'll copy the exact search API that I have shown you here and we'll paste the link tell you something that when you are pasting the HTTP link in the http.get, then always use uri.parse here so that it can frequently parse the link and can call the API frequently in our app. Now, in the header, we'll pass the API key which we have created in our Pixel website. So we write authorization. Now let's move to the API that we have generated. Now I'll copy this API key and we'll paste it in the authorization. Now, after calling the API, I want to pass all the details in our photos model and will save all the details one by one in our photos model list. So we'll pass a map string dynamic and we'll name the map JSON data equals to JSON decode. Now we'll write value dot body. Now in the value.body, we'll decode the value that we get in the form of the map that I've just shown you now, and through that map we'll get each string detail and we can save them in our list. So we'll write JSON data photos. So here you can see that I'm calling this string, and in this string there is a list of map. So I will write dot for each and it will get each map from the list of the map, and will name element here. I hope that you are not getting confused, because if you are using the API for the first time, then you might face a difficulty to understand each code that we write when we call the API in our Flutter app. But as soon as you practice more and more by adding more APIs to your Flutter app, or by following my complete video, because this is not the first time I'm using the API in my Flutter app. So if you are the old viewer in this channel, then you know that we have already used a API in our news app. So after making the wallpaper app, you can follow the news app, because it will help you to learn lots of things regarding the API integration in your Flutter app, and both the apps will really help you to master the API integration and learn lots of things regarding the Flutter. So we'll write photos model equals to new photos model. So here you can see that it telling us to fill the SRC because we have passed a required condition in our photos model. So let's move to the photos model.dart, and we need to remove a required function from here, and we'll give a null string. So we'll add a question mark in our SRC model and we'll remove a required text from here, and it is good now. Now we'll write photos model equals to photos model dot from map. So as I have shown you that in the photos there is a list of map. So to get each map from the list of map, I will use a photos dot from map and will keep on adding the map by using photos dot add. So here you can see that in the photos list, this is the first map that I have been talking about. Now we'll use a set state so that it can frequently add one map after the another in our photos model. So in the API which we have passed, you can see the query equals to nature. Basically in the query will pass the text that the user have been searching. So if we write cartoon in our text field, then we'll click in the search icon and it will frequently call this link here and we need to pass a respective text in our query section so that it can show all the wallpaper or the images related to that query that the user have passed. So to pass that search text, we'll create a string search in our search wallpaper function. So we'll write string search query, and in the query we'll pass our same search query. Now let's move to the text field, and when the user will tap to the search icon, then we'll pass the text that the user have entered on this text field. So we'll wrap up with a gesture detector, and we'll call a get search wallpaper function, and we'll pass a search controller. As I have already explained you, to handle the text in the text field, we'll use a controller, and to get the text that the user have entered in this text field, I will write search controller dot text. Now let's move to the lib folder, and we'll create a new folder name widget here, and inside the widget folder I will create a new file name widget.dart. I'm creating this file because I will create a UI for our images that will be in the form of the grid view, and we'll call this widget in our search page. So we'll create a widget name wallpaper, and we'll write list photos model list photos and build context. So we need to call a photos model dart here so that we can get all the images from the photos model that we have just saved by using a get search wallpaper function in our search.dart file. Now in the return we'll write container, and as I have explained you that will show the wallpaper in the form of the grid view. Now we'll write padding edge inset dot symmetric horizontal 16. Now we'll write child. Now in the child I will write grid view dot count, and in the cross axis count I will write 2. Basically cross axis count will help us to show how much image you want to show in the row position. I want to show the two images in my row position, basically in the cross axis, so I will write 2. Now we'll write child aspect ratio 0.6 main axis spacing. Basically main axis spacing is something that shows the space between the images that will pass in the grid view in the main axis form, and the cross axis spacing is the space between the two images in the cross axis form. I will show you why I have wrote all this thing in the grid view. Now we'll write list photos dot map, and we'll pass a photos model, and we'll return grid tile dot to list. Now in the child I will write hero. Now many of the viewers might be thinking that where this hero widget come from. So this is not that hero that you usually see in your movies. Basically the hero in our Flutter, it helps us to get all the list that we have saved in the photos model, and we can pass them in the tag, and this will help us to show all the list one by one in the grid view. And through the hero widget we can also give a different styling and animation to your list that you will pass in your grid view. So we'll write photos model dot src dot portrait. So as you already know that we have saved all the portrait image link in our photos model that we are getting from the src map. So we'll write photos model dot src dot portrait, and it will help us to get all the portrait link of that specific map that we have saved one by one from our photos list. As you know that our image is in the form of the link, but we can't use a image.network here because we need to use a KKK network image package, and through this network image package we can show all the images from the internet and we can keep them in our KKK directory. So we need to copy this package from here and we'll paste it inside the perspecml file. Though if you have followed my news app, then you already know the difference of image.network and KKK network image because I have shown both the case while calling the image from our API, where I have first used image.network and there I have shown that how we are facing the error by using image.network, and after using the KKK network image we can successfully load all the images from our API. I am giving the example of news app again and again because to learn the API, wallpaper and news app are the best choice if you want to learn lots of things regarding the API integration in your Flutter app. Now we'll pass KKK network image in the child, and in the image URL I will write photos model.src.portrait. Let's move to the pixels documentation again, and here you can see that we are going to call this link in our portrait section for the each map in our src. Now we'll use fit boxfit.cover so that it can frequently cover the space that we have provided in the container or in the grid view.count. So we have wrote a complete UI for our grid view, like how we want to show the image in our search.dart file. Now let's call this widget in our search.dart file. So we'll move to the column and we'll write size box height 20.0. Now wallpaper, and in the list photos I will pass the photos that we have saved one by using the search wallpaper function, and will pass that to our list photos list, and this list will help us to show all the image in the grid view by using the hero tag. Now the wallpaper widget we have called in the search.dart file, we need to wrap up with a expanded widget, because if you didn't wrap up with a expanded widget and directly move to the search page, then it will frequently throws the render box error here, as you can see, because the wallpaper widget doesn't get a hint to cover how much space in the screen. So by using the expanded widget, we will suggest the wallpaper widget to use as much space as he can in our phone device. The API we have called, there is a per page equals to 1. Now if it will be 1, then it will show just one image in our grid view, but we can set how much image we want to see when we will search for the specific image that we are looking for. So I'm writing 30 because it will then show me a 30 images in my screen. Now let's move to the widget.dart and we'll also give the padding edge inset dot all 4 so that I can see each image clearly. Now let's hot restart the app and let's move to the search page, and in the text field I will search a beach here, and it going to show all the images regarding the beach. Now I'll click to the search icon and you can see that it frequently shows me all the images from our API that we have set, and it shows a beach images, and we can set these images as our wallpaper in our phone device, and in total it shows me a 30 images, and you can increase the image according to your wish. So our API is working brilliantly and we are calling images in our app by using a search bar. Now let's move and I will write coding and will see all the images regarding the coding. Now I'll click to the search icon, and I think so. So as you know that we are getting all the images in our photos list. So first we have search beach, then it have saved all the images in our photos list. Then we have search coding, then it might added the coding image to that same list. This is what I was talking about. So we need to set up this process so that if we search beach and we'll move to the second search, then it will frequently clears the screen and can show me the images regarding the search item I have searched. So let's set up this process. So I will create a bool character name search here and will assign it to false, and in the set state, if the user have searched for that respective text, then we'll make the search to true. If the user have searched for that respective text in the text field, then we'll remove a search icon from here and we'll show the close icon so that it can clears the screen and we can move to that second search. So if search will be true, then we'll show a close icon here. Now we'll wrap up the icon with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method, I will write photos equals to empty list so that it can frequently clears the screen and search to false and set state. Now let's hot restart it again and we'll test the app. Now let's move to the search icon and we'll again search beach text here, and it will frequently shows me all the image regarding the beach that I have searched. Now here you can see that it frequently shows me a close icon, and when I'll click to this close icon and it will clear my screen in just few seconds. Now I can search for that second item. So I'm writing coding and will click to the search icon here, and it shows me a images regarding the coding. And this is the best way, because like this we can search as many item we want and we can set them as our wallpaper. Now I will search London here, and again it shows me all the images for that respective item that I have searched. So you can see that we can search for anything by using this search bar, and it will take just few seconds to show me images regarding the search item that I have searched. Now let's move and we'll create the admin panel so that user can access the admin panel by the unique username and the password. So first we are going to create the login page UI, then we'll connect it with a Firebase. So we'll move to the leaf folder and we'll create a new folder name admin here, and inside the admin folder I will create a new file name admin login.dart. Now we'll import the package and we'll create a stateful widget name admin login. Now scaffold, and in the scaffold we'll pass a background color. Now to pass a customized color code, we'll write color 0xFF and we'll write customized color code here. Now we'll write body, container, child, and we'll write stack, children. Now in the stack widget, we'll first pass a container. So we'll write margin edge inset dot only top, and we'll pass a margin from the top by using a media query function so that we can provide a fixed margin from the top. Now we'll write padding edge inset dot only top 45.0 and from the left and the right. So here it is done. Now we'll provide the height. So I want that the height to use a complete height of the screen. So we'll write media query dot of context dot size dot height and we'll provide same for the width so that it can use complete height and width of the screen. Now we'll write decoration, box decoration, and in the box decoration, first we'll pass a gradient, linear gradient. So you already know that in the linear gradient we pass a colors where we can mix two color in the container and can give the specific color to the container. So if you want to mix two or more color in the container, you can use a linear gradient color here. And if you want to start the first color from the top left position, then you can also use a begin end function in the linear gradient. So I will write begin alignment dot top left and it will suggest the first color to start from the top left position and end the second color in the alignment dot top right position. Now we'll write border radius and we'll provide the border radius to the container. So we'll write border radius vertical and we'll provide the border radius from the top position and we'll write radius dot elliptical. I want to provide the border radius from the x and y axis of the container. So we'll pass a media query dot of context dot size dot width to use a complete width from the x axis and we'll pass a fixed number to the y axis. So as I have shown you in the starting of the video that the admin panel there is a curve container, so we need to use a elliptical here. Now let me show you what all things I am writing in the admin login page. So we'll call admin login page from here and here you can see the curve container and it looks really good and you can see a mixture of two color. Now we'll write container margin edge inset dot only left 30.0 right 30.0 and from the top. So we'll write child and we'll use a form widget here. Basically form widget will help us to check if the user have filled the text field or not. So if the user have forgotten to fill the text in the text field, then we can pass the text that the user have forgotten to fill this text field. So by using the form widget, we can check if the user have filled all the text field or not. So we'll write child column children and in the text we'll write let's start with admin and it will be a headline of our admin login page. Now we'll pass a style text style and we'll give a color. So here you can see the headline of our admin login page. Now let's provide the height because I'm going to create a container just below the headline where the user can enter the username and the password. Now we'll write material widget and we'll provide the elevation and border radius to our material widget. Then we'll use a container and we'll pass a height by using a media query. Now you might be thinking that why I'm using the media query again and again in the height of the container. Basically media query is something that make your app highly responsive and through this media query you can check the app in your multiple device. So I will always recommend you to provide the height in the media query to make your app highly responsive. Now in the decoration, we'll write box decoration and we'll pass color colors.white and border radius dot circular 20. Now in the container, we'll write child, column, children, and here I will create a two text field, one for the username and another for the password. So let me create this two text field here. So here you can see the container and the material widget we have wrapped up to a container, and in the column widget you can see a text field, but we need to provide some more decoration to the text field so that we can easily enter the username here. So I will use a text field here, basically a text form field. You already know that we have already used a form widget while writing the code in our scaffold widget, because as I've told you, we can validate that if the user have entered anything in the text field or not. So through the validator, we'll check that if value is equals to null or empty. So if it is null or empty, then we'll return please enter username to the user, suggesting the user to enter the username, then move to the admin panel. Decoration, input decoration, and in the input decoration you can see a line over here in the text field. So to remove this line over this text field, we need to write border input border dot none, and by using this function you can easily remove a line from the text field. Now we'll pass hint text, hint style. So here you can see the text field username where the user can enter the admin login ID. Now we'll copy this text field again and we'll paste it in the column widget for the password. And we'll change the text to please enter password and hint text to password. So here you can see one more text field. Now we'll create a customize button here, login. Through this button, we can check if the user have entered the correct username and the password, and if they, then will directly move the user to the admin panel, from where they can upload the wallpaper to that respective category. So here you can see our customized button name login. Now, if you have followed my other series like e-commerce app, quiz app, where we have used the admin panel, then you already know to create this admin login page. I am using this design again and again for the admin login page because in this admin login page, there are lots of things that you need to know by the features we provide in the scaffold widget, like curve container, material widget. So there are lots of UI design that we usually use in our admin login page. So I prefer to use this design again and again for the new viewer to understand lots of things regarding the Flutter widgets. Now we'll create a final global key and form state, and through this global key we can check that if the user have entered the text in the respective text field or not, and we'll write text editing controller user name controller equals to new text editing controller, and through this user name controller we can get the text that the user will enter on this username text field. And we can handle the text accordingly by using this controller, and we'll create a same controller for the password. So here it is done, and we'll pass the respective controller to each text field, and we'll write key form key to validate the text field. So here it is done. Now we'll wrap up a login button with a gesture director. Now we need to connect the app with a Firebase because we have made a complete UI for our admin login page. Now the reason for connecting the app with the Firebase is because I want to check that if the username entered by the user is correct or not, and will match that respective username from the Firebase Firestore. And again, we are going to upload the wallpaper to that respective category, so we need to use a Firebase storage and Firebase Firestore here. So let's move to the Firebase, and we'll first project name, which is Wallify. Now click on next. Now click on continue. Now use default account for Firebase, click on create project. So as you can see, Firebase is creating a project, so wait for a few seconds. So here it is done. Now click on continue button, and we'll directly move to the Firebase. So here in the home page, you can see that we can connect the iOS, Android and web app with the Firebase. So first we are going to connect the iOS app, then we'll move to the Android app. So we need a Apple bundle ID here. So let's move to the Xcode, and we need to copy the bundle identifier from there and paste it in the Firebase. So move to the runner, signing and capabilities. Now copy the bundle identifier from here and paste it in the Apple bundle ID. Now click on register app. Now download the Google service-info.plist file, and if you have any other old plist file, then please make sure you remove them and rename the new plist file. Now we'll move to the info. Now we'll move to the runner and we'll paste it below the info. Now click on finish. So here it is done. Now click on next, 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 continue to the console. So as you can see that we have successfully added the iOS app here, and it takes just a few seconds to connect the iOS app with a Firebase. Now let's move to the Android app. Now we need a Android package name. So we'll move to the Android build.gradle file. Now we'll copy the application ID from here and we'll paste it in the Android package name. Now click on register app. Now before downloading the Google services.json file, you can see on the right side how the Android app is connected with a PC through a USB cable, and you can run a real app to your real Android device by just using the USB cable. So if you don't know how to run the app on your real device, I have already made a video on my channel where I have shown how to run the app on your Android device step by step, and how to enable a complete settings to run the app directly from your PC. So if you haven't followed that video, I will suggest that you too watch that and can learn how to run the app on your real Android device. Now let's move and we'll download the Google services.json file and we'll paste it in the Android app folder. Now click on next. Now we'll copy the plugin ID from here and we'll move to the Android build.gradle file and we'll paste it in the class path. Now we need to change some of the line of the code in the class path. Do not forget to use any of the colon or full stop here in the class path because it may frequently throws the error if you forget to use any of the colon and full stop from here. I will request you to follow along with me and make this wallpaper app from scratch. So here is the complete code for the class path and it should be exactly what I have wrote here. Now let's move and we'll copy this another plugin ID and we'll move to the Android build.gradle file and we'll paste it in the apply plugin section and we'll again remove a double inverted comma and brackets. Now we'll copy the implementation ID or dependency and we'll paste it in the dependency section and the another dependency. So these are the two dependencies that we need to add in the dependencies. Now click on next, continue to the console. So as you can see that we have successfully added the iOS app and Android app here with a Firebase. So if you haven't hit that like button till now, then please do not forget to hit that like button down below. Now let's move and we'll enable the settings for the Firestore database so that we can directly upload the data from our Flutter app to the Firestore. Now click on create database. Now next click on create button. So as you can see that Firestore is setting up some security rules. So wait for a few seconds. Now move to the rules section and we need to change a rule from false to true. Please do not forget to change this command from here because by changing it to true you can only upload the data to the cloud Firestore. So we'll change from false to true. Now click on publish button. So here it is done. Now we'll move to the Firestore again and here you can see a start collection and it will frequently create a collection and a specific doc ID and will add one document after the another to that respective collection. Now let's move to the storage. Click on get started button. Now click on next. Again on done button. Now we'll need to change the security rules for that storage too. Now move to the rules and will again change from false to true. So here it is done. We have completely changed the settings for a Firestore and the storage. Now let's move to the perf dev because we need to add some of the packages from here to the Flutter code. So our first package name is Firebase core so that we can enable a Firebase in our Flutter app. So we'll move to the installing and we'll copy the dependency from here and we'll paste it inside the first.yml file. Now our second package name will be Cloud Firestore so that we can upload the data to the Firestore database. And our third package will be Firebase storage to upload the images to the storage. And our fourth package will be random string so that we can provide a specific unique ID to our each images and the data or the documents that we upload to the Firestore database or to storage. So here it is done. Now run all the packages here. So we are facing a version error from our Cloud Firestore. So if you face this version error while copying the package from the pubdev to your Flutter app, then there would be some version problem, but do not need to worry. We just need to remove the version from the Cloud Firestore and it will automatically take a respective version that he wants for that respective package. So we'll remove the version from that respective package. Now let's run the file again. So here you can see that our package has been successfully installed to our Flutter app. Now let's move to the main.dart file and we need to add a few lines of the code here to enable the Firebase. So we'll write widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized. Now we'll write await Firebase dot initialize app. So here it is done. Now let's move to the admin login page and we'll add a backend to this page. So we'll first write our function name login admin and we'll write Firebase firestore.instance.collection and we'll write a collection name admin. Now dot get and through the snapshot we can get the data of that respective document that will be available in the admin collection. So we'll move to the Firebase and we'll first create a collection. So here in the Firestore database, I will write our collection name admin and will pass a random document ID and in the field name will pass the ID which will be the username for our admin login page will be Peter and the password 123456. So if you want to keep a unique password according to your wish, then you can change the detail from the Firebase. So here it is done. Now you can see admin collection and a document ID and in the result data ID I will get this word or the text that available in the field name ID. Now let me write a function so that we can check that if the user have enter the correct username or password or not. So we'll check that if the ID entered by the user is not equals to the text that the user entered in the username by using username controller.text, then we'll show the text your ID is not correct and we'll pass a style to this text widget by using text style. Now we'll copy this same command and we'll paste it here for the password and we'll check that if the user have entered the correct password or not and we'll pass the text that user your password is not correct. Now if both the command is false, I mean that if the user have entered the correct ID and the password, then we'll directly push the user to the add wallpaper page from where they can add the wallpaper. Now we'll create one more file in our admin folder which will be add wallpaper.dart where we'll directly push the user. So first we'll import the package and we'll create a stateful widget name add wallpaper. Now we'll call this function name add wallpaper here and will push the user to that respective Dart file. Now, if you want to run the app in your iOS emulator, then we need to change the iOS version from our pod file. So we'll rename the version from 11 to 13. Now we'll write flutter clean and flutter run to run the app. So our app has launched successfully. Now I will enter the username here, which is Peter, and the password 123456. Now I click to the login button. I think so I forgot to call a login admin function in the login button. So I will write login admin function in our gesture director. Now we'll click to the login button again, and here you can see that our login page is working brilliantly, and we can directly move to the add wallpaper page from where we can now add the wallpaper to that respective category. Now let's move to the add wallpaper.dart file, and here I will first create the app bar, and in the leading will pass a gesture director, and in the on tab function will pass a navigator.pop context, because we are going to show a back arrow so that user can directly move to the admin login page again after adding the wallpaper. And will pass a customized color code to our back arrow. Now, after providing the customized color code, I will write title, text, add wallpaper, where we are going to show the our headline for this page, which will be add wallpaper, and will center the title with center title true, and will provide the styling to this text widget by using text style. Now color colors.black, font size 20.0, and font family Poppins. So here you can see the our headline for this add wallpaper page. Now I am going to create a column from where we can pick the image from our phone gallery, and that image will be shown on this container. Now I will write container width, and I want that the width to be 300. Now height 300. Now I will write decoration, box decoration. Now in the box decoration, first I will provide the border to my container. So I'll write border.all, and will provide the color to the border. So we'll write colors.black. Now we'll provide the width to the border, which is 1.5. So here it is done. Now let's move, and we'll provide the border radius to the container. So we'll write border radius dot circular 20. Now I will write child icon icons dot camera alt outline, and will show this icon so that we can suggest the user that by clicking this icon they can upload the image to their respective category. So here you can see the container. So our width and height is too much, so we'll change the width from 300 to 250. Now we'll wrap up a container with a material widget, and we'll provide the elevation 4.0. Now we'll copy and paste the border radius here. Now I want to center the container here, so we'll wrap up with a center widget. So here it is done. Now we'll write size box height 20.0 because I want to provide the space from the top. So we'll write size box height 20.0. Now I will create a container where the user can select the respective category where he want to add this wallpaper. So I have already shown you the category in the home page. So I will add all that category in our drop down button, and through the drop down button the user can select the respective category and can upload the wallpaper to that category. So if you have followed my other series like e-commerce app, quiz app, then you already know to create a drop down button. So it will be very easy to understand the drop down button that I am going to code here. Now I will create a container, padding, and will provide the width and a customized color code in our decoration, box decoration. Now border radius dot circular 10. Now we'll write child and we'll provide the drop down button hide underline, and it will frequently remove the underline if it is visible in the drop down menu, and will provide the child drop down button and will pass the string here. Now in the items I am going to show all the categories list. So let's create the categories list first. Now in the final, I will first create the list name string and will name the list category items equals to, and will now in the category items I will write all the category like wildlife, foods, nature and city. So you can see this category in our home page where we have shown in the bottom navigation bar a category section, and there you can see this category items. Now in the item I will write category items dot map, and it will frequently shows me all the category list that will be present in this categories items, and through the drop down menu button I will show all the category name and will pass the string, and in the value item will keep on updating the string that have been selected by the user, and in the text item will show the respective item list and will provide the style text style font size 18.0 and the colors dot black. Now write dot to list so that it can frequently change the drop down button strings into the list. Now we'll call a onChange function because through the onChange function will update the value that the user select from this drop down button. So we'll write this dot value equals to value. So in the string we'll write value. Now in the onChange function I will write value and through the set state and will keep on updating the value that been selected by the user through the drop down button, and will save that value to the respective string that I have just wrote here. So we'll write hint text and will pass the hint text here, and in the text I will write select category. Now to update the value we'll write value is equals to value, and here we'll update the string value. Now if I'll select nature then it frequently shows me a nature string, and if I select city it will show me the city category. So it is working brilliantly, and through the drop down menu button we can select the respective category here. Now let's provide the margin from the left and right position. So we'll write margin edge inset dot only, and we'll provide the margin from the left and right position. We are going to create a customized button. So I will move to the admin login page and will copy the same button that we have created in our last part, and I will copy this login button and will paste it in the add wallpaper dart page, and will remove this function in the gesture director and will hot reload, and here you can see the button, and we'll change the text to add so that we can add the wallpaper. Now we need to provide some height from the top. So we'll write sizebox height 40.0. Now let's move, and we need the image picker package here, because when I'll tap to this camera icon, then it will frequently opens my phone gallery from where I need to pick the image, and that image will be shown in this container. So let's move to the perf dev and we'll search image picker here, and let's move to the installing, and we'll copy the package from here and we'll paste it inside the perspec.ml file. So here it is done. Now run the package. Now let's move to the add wallpaper.dart file again, and here I will first create a function for the image picker to pick the image. So I will write final image picker equals to image picker, and will write a file name selected image here, because the image that we will pick from our phone gallery will be in the form of the file. So we need to save that file in our selected image. So here I've created the file name selected image here. Now I will create a function name get image that will be called when the user will tap to this camera icon. Now we'll write var image equals to await picker dot pick image, and we are suggesting that to pick the image from the phone gallery. So I will write image source dot gallery. Now after picking the image from the gallery, I need to save the file in our selected image. So we'll pass the image path to our selected image. Now we'll write set state so that we can frequently update the selected image. So here I have wrote a image source dot gallery, but if you want to show that like the user can click the image from their phone camera and can upload the image, then you can write image source dot camera here, and you can see a two option camera and gallery. So I will choose gallery here. So it is done. Now we'll write if selected image is equals to null. It means that if the user haven't selected any of the image, then we'll show a camera icon here, and we'll wrap up with the gesture director, and in the on tap function we'll call a get image function so that user can pick the image from their phone gallery. Now if the image has been picked by the user, then we'll show that selected image by using image.file widget. So if you have already followed my old series like chat app, to-do app, e-commerce app or YouTube player app, then you already know the use of image picker in the Flutter app. We'll write fit boxfit.cover so that it can use a complete height and width of the container. So here it is done. So if selected image is equals to null, then we'll show a camera icon, and if the user have selected the image, then we'll show the selected image by using image.file widget. So it is very easy to understand the code that I have just wrote here. Now let's move to the image picker and we'll go to the readme section. And when you are running the app to your iOS device, then you need to add three commands to your info.plist file. So these are the three commands that you need to add in your info.plist file. There is nothing extra you need to add to run the app in your Android device. So let's move to the info.plist file and let me add this three command. So here I have added these three command. You can also write them in your info.plist file to run the app in your iOS device. Now as we have added a image picker widget now, so we need to run the app again. So first I will write flutter clean and flutter run to run the app. So our app has launched successfully. Now we need to fill the username Peter and the password 123456. Now click in the login button. Now I'll tap to this camera icon and here it shows me option to pick the image from the phone gallery. Now I'll pick the image and it will frequently upload to this container. Now we need to provide the border radius. So you already know that to how to provide the border radius to the image by using a clip react widget. So here it is done. Now you can see that after selecting the category, there are the four options like wildlife, foods, nature and city. But many of the developers might do that. They will write a for function to upload this image separately to each category. But I will do some smart work here. I will only write one function and through that one function I will upload the image to the different category. It sounds really cool, but let me show you how I'll do that. It is very easy. Rather than writing each function for this each category. Now let's move and we'll create a new folder name service here, and inside the service folder I will create a new file name database.dart. Now we'll write class name database methods. Now we'll write future and we'll create a function name add wallpaper here and we'll pass a map string dynamic user info map. Basically map string dynamic is something like our in our string we are going to upload the image, the category section where it will be in the form of the double inverted comma to indicate that it is string, and in the dynamic we can pass anything like http link or an number, string, boolean character. Basically dynamic accept everything and the string should be in the form of the double inverted comma. Don't worry, I will show you how to write a map string dynamic here while uploading the data to the Firestore database. Now we'll rename the map to wallpaper info map. So we'll need one more string name category here so that we can pass a category, and through that category we can pass each category here and can upload the wallpaper to that respective category. Now in the return I will write Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and in the collection we'll pass a category name. So we'll write category here which will be wildlife, foods, nature, city, and in the doc id we'll pass a unique id, and by using the set method we'll upload the map to that respective category. Now we'll create a function named upload item here, and we'll write if selected image is not equals to null, it means that the user have selected the image to upload the image to the Firebase storage. Now we'll write string add id here so that we can provide a unique id to the each image that will upload to the Firebase storage. Now I'll write reference Firebase storage ref equals to Firebase storage dot instance dot reference, and will name the folder name blog images here, and will pass a unique id. Now we'll write final upload task equals to Firebase storage ref dot put file. Basically, put file will help us to get the selected image that is in the form of the file. So we are using a dot put file function. Now we'll write var download URL, and we'll get the URL link of that respective image that we want to upload in the Firebase storage, and we can use that link to show the image in the Firebase Firestore. So we'll write dot get download URL. Now we'll create a map string dynamic here that I was talking about. So we'll name the map add item. Now in the double inverted comma we have wrote image that is in the form of the string, and in the download URL it will be the HTTP link. So we are passing the dynamic here in the download URL, and id is same string, and add id is our random alphanumeric character, so we can pass it to the dynamic again. So that's why I have wrote map string dynamic. Now it clears the point the reason to write map string dynamic. Now we'll write await database methods dot add wallpaper function, and will pass add item which is our map, and in the id will pass a unique id. So we'll write add id, and in the category we will pass the category that the user have selected, so which will be saved in the value string as you can see here. Now I want to show the toast message which will suggest the user that if their data has been uploaded to the Firebase Firestore. So we need a Flutter Toast package. So let's move to the pub dev, and we'll copy the Flutter Toast package from here, and we'll paste it inside the pub.yaml file. Now run the package. Now let's move to the Flutter Toast again, and we'll copy this code from here, and we'll paste it in the add wallpaper.dart file. So after uploading the wallpaper to that respective category, we going to show the toast message. So we'll use dot then method. Now in the message we'll write wallpaper has been uploaded successfully. So here it is done. You can also change the background color of this toast message. So I am writing dot green, and you can also increase the toast length. So I will write toast dot length long. Now I want to show the test message in the bottom. So I will write dot bottom. So here it is done. Now let's rerun the app by using the flutter run command. Now our app has launched successfully and we need to enter the username and the password. So I will enter username Peter and the password 123456. Now I'll click to the login button and will directly move to the add wallpaper page. Now we need to select the image from our phone gallery by clicking this camera icon. Now let's pick the image from the phone gallery. So here is the image. Now we need to select the category. So I'm going to select nature here and will click to the add button. I think so. I forgot to call a upload item in our gesture detector. So we'll call the upload item function in our gesture detector. So now we'll hot reload it again and we'll click to the add button here. So here you can see the toast message wallpaper has been added successfully. Now let's move to the Firebase and we'll check that if the Firebase have created a nature collection. So we'll refresh the page and here you can see the nature collection with a specific doc ID and the image that we have just uploaded from our emulator. So it is working brilliantly and we'll open this image link and you can see exactly this image that we have just uploaded from the emulator. Now we'll move to the storage section and here you can see the block images folder and in this folder here you can see the file of that respective image. So we can upload the image to the Firestore database and the storage. Now I will just change the category here. So I will choose wildlife and as I've told you before that through just one function I will use a different category and the app will make a different collection by using that single function and this may help me to not write lots of code in the VS Code. Now I will choose wildlife and will click to the add button and the app will create a separate collection for wildlife automatically by using the single function. So wallpaper has been added successfully. Now let's refresh the page and here you can see the wildlife category with a specific doc ID and the image that we have just uploaded from our emulator. So our function is working brilliantly and we can select any of the category here and through that category it can create a separate collection for that category by a single function. So this was the smart work that I was talking about. By single function you can upload the wallpaper to that respective image and it will create a separate collection for that category where the user want to upload the wallpaper. Now let's move to the user side, I mean in the home page, and we'll move to the categories section and we'll show all the wallpaper that we have just uploaded from our admin panel. So we'll move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name all wallpaper.dart where we are going to show the wallpaper for that respective category. And here I will first create a stateful widget name all wallpaper. So in this Dart file, I will show the wallpaper to that respective category what the user select from this categories page. So if they will select the wildlife, then we are going to show the wildlife category, and if they select food, then food, and same for the other. So here I will write scaffold, now body, container, child, column children. Now we'll paste the same headline that we have wrote in our categories page, and here in the text widget we are going to show the category that the user select. But before that, let's add the margin here. Now I will write string category so that we can get the respective category that the user will select by tapping from the categories page. and we'll write widget.category so that we can get the respective category. Now I want to show the wallpaper that is saved on the Firebase Firestore, and through the stream builder I am going to show all the wallpaper in our each category. So here I will write all wallpaper function and will call this all wallpaper function in our column widget so that we can show all the wallpaper in our grid view. And here I will write stream and will create a stream name category stream. Now in the builder I will write context async snapshot, and through the snapshot will get the respective collection name and the documents that will present in that respective collection. So if you have followed my other series, then you already know the use of stream builder and how to create a stream builder in your Flutter code. Now we'll write return snapshot dot has data and we'll check that if the data is present in that respective collection or not. So if the data will be present, then we'll show a grid view dot builder. Basically, the grid view is something that we have already used in our search page, and that exact design we are going to show in our categories page. Now we'll write context index so that we can get the index of that respective document, and if the snapshot didn't have any data, then we'll show just a container, and we'll write document snapshot ds snapshot dot data dot docs index, and in the ds will pass the respective index of that document. Now in the return we are we will write container, and in the grid delegate will copy the same design that we have wrote for the search page. Sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count, and will pass the cross axis count to here because we are going to show the two images in the row position, and will copy the same aspect ratio and the spacing from our search page and will paste it here in all wallpaper dart file, and it will give me that exactly spacing from the main and cross position that I have shown you in the search page. So here it is done. Now we'll pass item count so that we can show the length of that documents in that respective collection. Now in the container, now in the image.network, I will write ds and will get the image of that respective document, I mean wallpaper. Now our image is in the form of the HTTP link. That's why I'm going to use image.network here, and to provide the border radius to the image, I will use a creep react widget and will write border radius dot circular 10. So here it is done. We have created a all wallpaper function to show all the wallpaper to that respective category. Now we are going to create a function in a database.dart file so that we can call that function in our stream builder, and we can show that document that will present in the respective collection that the user will select from the categories page. So again, I am not going to write a for function for a for category, but I will use just a one function name get category, and through this just one function I will get the respective documents that will present in the collection name wildlife, foods, nature and city. So let me show how I will do that. So I will write future and here I will write stream query snapshot. Basically, stream query snapshot will help us to get the documents that will present in the respective collection, and in the get category will pass a category name like wildlife foods that I have just told you now, and in the return I will write await firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and here I will pass a string name here which will be the category name dot snapshot, and through the dot snapshot we'll get the document, and here you can see the nature category, and in the nature category it will show give me the documents that will present here. Now let's move to the all wallpaper.dart file, and here I will write a function name get on the load. Now I will write await category stream equals to await database methods dot get category, and we are going to pass the category that the user will select by using widget dot category, and will set state. Now let's call the get on the load function in the init state. Get on the load function will be called as soon as this app or the page launches. Now let's call the all wallpaper function in our column widget. Here it is done, and we have wrote a complete code to show the category. Now let's move to the categories.dart file, and we need to push the user to the all wallpaper.dart file. So in the gesture director we'll write on tab function, and we'll write navigator.push material page root context, and will push the user to the all wallpaper page, and in the category we'll write a category name so that we can know that if the user have selected which category from this categories page and what documents we need to show from the Firebase. So let me add all the navigator function in our categories. So here it is done. Now let's move to the all wallpaper.dart file, and we need to wrap up the all wallpaper function in a expanded widget so that it can use a complete height of our phone device. So we'll move to the categories section, and we'll tap to the nature category, and here you can see the our headline of this page has been changed to nature, and here it is showing me all the images that have been saved in our nature collection through the Firebase. Now here you can see the image, but I want that the image to use a complete height and width of the container, so we'll write fit boxfit.cover in our image.network widget, and we'll hot reload, and here you can see the complete image or the wallpaper in our natures category. Now let's remove the space from the top. So we'll move to the grid view.builder, and we'll pass the padding edge inset dot 0, and it will frequently remove the padding from the top, and we'll write size box height 10.0. Now let's provide the margin from the left and right side. So we'll write margin, and will provide the margin from left and right position. So here it looks good. Now we can see the wallpaper in our nature collection. Now let's provide some more space from the main axis and cross axis. So here it's look good, and these are all the wallpapers that we have just uploaded from the admin panel. So you can see that in our wallpaper app, the user can upload the customized wallpaper through the admin panel that will be shown in the user app. And if the user want to search for that respective wallpaper, then they can also use a search bar to search the wallpaper. Though I have seen many of the videos in the YouTube where they have made the wallpaper app from the scratch by using Flutter, but I have seen many of them are using the just API to show the wallpaper in their Flutter app. But I have thought that let's provide some more feature in this wallpaper app and make it more interesting. So that's why I've added the admin panel in this wallpaper app so that the admin can also upload the customized wallpaper to that respective category, and that will look really cool and add some more interesting features in this wallpaper app. So if you haven't hit that like button down below, then I have a request from you because I am giving my best to explain you in as easy way as possible. So you can hit that like button down below. Or if you want to show the some support to the channel or want to donate to the channel, you can find the GPay and the PayPal link in the description box. Now let's move to the code. Now let's move to the search bar and we'll search nature here, and by typing to this search icon it will show me all the images or the wallpaper related to the search item that I have searched. Now I want that when I will tap to the respective image, then I can set that image as the wallpaper, which is our main perspective of making this wallpaper app. Now, if I will tap to this image, then it will cover a complete height and width of my phone device, and I can see this image clearly how it will look in my home screen of my phone device, basically as a wallpaper in my phone device. We'll create one more dart file in our pages folder, which name will be fullscreen.dart, and first we'll import the package and we'll write a stateful widget name full screen. Now we'll write scaffold and body stack children, and through the hero widget we are going to pass the link of that respective wallpaper that will be shown in this dart file. So when I will tap to this image, then it will frequently pass me the HTTP link of this image, the full screen.dart file. So to get this HTTP link, we'll first write a string here, and in the string we'll write image path, which will suggest the image path link, and in the full screen we'll get the image path. Now in the tag we'll pass the image path. Basically hero widget will help us to fit the image completely in our phone device. Now in the child I will write container height media query dot of context dot size dot height, and same for the width, which will help us to use a complete height and width of the screen. Now in the child of the container we are going to pass a cacet network because you know that our image is in the form of the link. So in the image URL we'll pass widget.imagePath and fit boxfit.cover to use a complete height and width of the container. Now I will write container here again because we are going to use a stack widget to show the image first, and just above this image there will be a button suggesting the user to set this image as a wallpaper, and just below this button there will be one more text named cancel so that they can cancel this image and can directly move to the search page again. Now to show the customize button, I will write container and let's create the customize button name set wallpaper here, and then I will show you what all things I have wrote in the full screen.dart file. So I have wrote a complete code for the customize button name set wallpaper. Now I want to push the user by clicking this any of the wallpaper from the search page to the all wallpaper.dart file. In our widget.dart file, we'll first wrap up a hero widget with a gesture director, and in the onTap function, we'll again use a navigator function to push the image to the full screen.dart file, and the image path we can pass the image URL or the tag. So we'll write photos model.src.portrait. Now when I will tap to this image, then you can see the image have used a complete height and width of our phone device, and it shows that how our wallpaper will look alike when we'll set them in our phone device. So it is looking really good. So our button is at the top. Now let's bring to the bottom. So we'll write column main axis alignment dot center, and here you can see the container, but I need to bring the container to the bottom of the screen, so we'll write dot end here. Now let's provide the margin from the bottom, so we'll write margin from the bottom is 50.0. Now let's give some more styling to the text that is shown in this button. So we'll first provide the font family and will increase the font size and the height of the container. So let me provide some more styling to this container. So here it is done, and you can now see the our set wallpaper button clearly, and just below this set wallpaper text it is clearly written that image will be saved in a gallery. So by tapping to this button the image will be directly saved in a user phone gallery, and through that image that have been saved in the gallery they can set them as their wallpaper in their phone device. Now let's create one more text below this button which will be cancel, so that user can tap to this cancel text and can pop out this image and can directly move to the search.dart file again and can search for that another image that they want to set them as a wallpaper. Now we'll wrap it with a gesture detector, and in the onType function we'll write navigator dot pop context. So through this function we can directly pop out this wallpaper, and when I'll tap to this cancel button, you can see that the image pop out and it directly move to the search page. And now we can see for the another image and can set them as a wallpaper. Now let's search beach here, and here you can see the wallpaper related to the beach category, and let's tap to any of the image and it will frequently use a complete height and width of the screen, and you can see the two icons clearly, and you can search any of the search item and can do set them as the wallpaper. Now I want that this image to be set as the wallpaper in my phone device after clicking to this set wallpaper button. Now let's add the execution or the process to save this image in the gallery so that user can set this image as a wallpaper in their phone device. Now to execute this function, we need to add the some packages from the pubdev to our perspec.ml file. So here comes our first package name, which is image save to gallery. As the name says of this package that the image will be directly saved to the gallery. So we'll search this package, and here you can see the package name image gallery saver. Now I'll copy this package name and will paste it inside the perspec.ml file. Now we need a second package name, which is do. Basically do package will help us to get this http link and the network package of this image and help this image to save them in our phone gallery. So we'll copy this package from here and we'll paste it inside the perspec.ml file. Now run all the packages. Now let's move to the full screen.dart file and will create a function name save that will be executed when we'll press this set wallpaper button. So here you can see that I have added a save function, and let's call all the packages like do and the image gallery saver in our dart file, and so this function will help us to save the image in our phone gallery. You can pause the video and can write this save function from here. Now let's move to the gesture director and we'll call the save function. So here it is done. Now as you know that we have already added two packages in our perspec.ml file, so we need to run the complete app here by using flutter run command. So let's run the app. So our app has launched successfully. Now let's move to the search bar and we'll search London here and we'll click to the search icon. Now we can select any of the wallpaper from here. Now for an example, let's select this image and we'll click to the set wallpaper button. Now let's move to the phone gallery and we'll check that if the image has been saved in our phone gallery or not. So we'll move to the photos and you can see the image that we have just saved from our wallpaper app, and image has been directly saved in our phone gallery. So our app is working brilliantly and our image has been directly saved in our phone gallery. Now we can set this image as a wallpaper in our phone device. Now let's move to the app again and add some more images in our phone gallery. So I will search red fort here, and here I will pick the image and will save them in our phone gallery by using set wallpaper button. Now let's move and we'll check in the gallery again, and here you can see the image that have been directly saved in our phone gallery. So it is working brilliantly, and we can set any of the images as a wallpaper in our phone device by using the search bar, or we can also add this customized wallpaper that the admin upload in the different categories. So this was the process to save the image in your iOS or iPhone device. But if you want to save the image in your Android gallery, then you need to go to the main and Android manifest.xml file, and here you need to add some command in this file. So here you can see this command that I have just added, and this command will ask the permission to save the image in the user's phone gallery. After adding this permission, you need to go to the app info and enable the storage permission from there. So do not forget to enable the storage permission from the app info of this wallpaper app to save the image in your Android device. So we have made a wallpaper app from scratch. I hope that you love this video. I have tried my best to explain you in the easiest way as possible. So you have 7th app to your app bucket list by following our tutorial in our YouTube channel, which is totally free. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button till now, then please subscribe to the channel because it will help us to bring some more awesome apps on this channel. So now let's move and develop this awesome code app from the scratch. So in this code app, I am going to do something like this. Here I am going to use a API. So I have getting lots of requests that please make a video where you can integrate the other backends rather than a Firebase, because we have already made a lots of video in the Firebase like barber booking app, chat app, e-commerce app, online e-commerce app, food delivery app, and many more apps. So you can find the link in the description box. So on the special demand, I have tried to make this video where I'm not going to use a Firebase, rather than I'm going to use an API integration where we are getting a code from the API, and here there will be a different categories in this code app, and through the selected category the user can see the code related to that respective day, or you can say many codes in that day. Now after this, let me show you the API that we are going to use. So here you move and here you can see the API, which is API Ninjas. So this is a website where you will find that there are lots of APIs that you can use. Like this is for, I have opened for a code API, so I'm going to use this API. But if you want to use some other APIs for other apps like recipe, nutrition, like holiday, logo, it's also provide a weather report, so weather, a world time, a country, air quality, crypto price, convert currency, crypto symbol. So there are lots of APIs in API Ninjas. So this is a best website to simply integrate the API in the Flutter app, and it has very simple document, and it just not complicate the developer by providing many more things in the document. They only provide the things required to integrate the API and what all things you will get once you call an API. So this is one of the APIs that I will recommend you to use in the Flutter app if you have any special demand that they are providing. After this, let's move to the code API, and I'm going to use this API call in the Flutter app. So here you can see a category and we need to pass a different category, and here you can see a list of different categories. Now for an example, if I want to pass famous, so I will copy this category and will just paste for here, and we can see a live demo. So we'll send a request and we'll wait for a few seconds, and here you can see that a famous, and it simply pass I don't feel famous by Uma Thurman. I hope that I have spelled the author name correctly. If not, then sorry. So here it is a famous quote given by this author, and let's move to the business and we'll copy this and we'll paste it over here. Yeah, and let's send the request again. And here it's like it's the artist's business to create sunshine when the sun fails. Yeah, by Roman Roland. So it's a business category. So you will get a different code like each time you call an API. Now here we need to pass a header key to call this API. So I will show you how I will do that. So let's move to the Flutter app first, and we'll first create the UI of our code app. Then I will show you how to integrate the API in this Flutter app. But before we move forward, I want to introduce you with app crafting. So if you are looking for an app for your business, school, etc., now don't look further, because we are going to make your budget friendly app from the scratch for both Android and iOS. You can contact us with our email or Instagram ID and get your first app with app crafting. Now let's move to the app. Now here in the leaf folder, I will create a new folder named pages here. Inside the pages folder, I will create a new file which will be simply our home page. So we'll write home.dart, and first we'll import the package by using material.dart. Now we'll simply call a stateful widget, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be home, and we'll write scaffold body container child column and a child. Now here you can see that there is some blue lines under each widgets. I usually tell in my each of the videos, but I'm telling it again. You can add a two lines in the rules section to remove this blue lines from this widgets. Now let me add that two line over analysis options.yml file. So these are the two lines that I'm going to use in the rules section, and it will almost remove that blue lines under the widgets. So here it is. Now we'll simply save that file. Yeah, we'll first save that file, and here you can see the blue lines remove from the widgets. Now after this, here I need to pass a background image. So I have saved one image in the images folder. So this is the background image that I'm going to use on this app. So to call this image from the images folder, I need to simply first assign the folder name that where I have stored this image file name. So do not forget to change this from the perspective file, otherwise you will simply get an error. Now after this, we'll simply write image.asset, and we'll write our folder name which is images, and a image file name which is simply a background image.jpg. So here is this image file name. Now we can simply pass the height, which will be media query dot of context dot size dot height. And the use of media query is something that makes your app highly responsive, though I've told many times in my videos. Now we'll pass a width media query dot of context dot size dot width, and fit box fit dot fill. Yeah, now let me call this page so that I can show you the background image that we have added. So let's call this home page from main.dart. Yeah, so here it is, but here you can see that the stretch of this image makes this screen weird. So I will simply pass dot cover. So here it is. I don't want that this gift at the side of the image, because this will look weird. So this is the perfect background image for this app. Now here you can see the debug check banner at the top right. So you can simply remove by simply passing debug so check mode banner to false, and it will simply remove that banner from the top right. Now after this, let's move to the home.dart, and here I need to simply first pass my app name. So let me think the app name. So let's keep Quotify. So we'll write QUOTFY. So it is just app name which is Quotify. Now here one thing is that we can't pass a column widget, because the reason is that the column widget, so pass the text widget, it simply throw an error, and I want to overlap the image than the text widget. So I want to show the text widget just above this image. Now to show that, we need a stack widget. So here we'll simply pass a text widget, and we'll simply write the app name that I have just told you now, which is Quotify, and let me pass the text style, the colors dot white. Yeah, so here you can see the text now, and you can simply increase the font size. So write font size 30.0 and font weight will be bold. Yeah, something like this. I need this text over here, so I will simply wrap up with a center widget. I think so that will work. No, it will be in complete center of this phone device. So I need to do one thing. Let's wrap up with a container and then wrap up with a column widget. Yeah. So here now we need to simply pass a margin, which will be edge insert dot only from the top, which will be 50.0. So here it is, and here we got our app name, which is Quotify. So let me know how you like the app name. So it is something like Spotify, Quotify. Yeah. So after this, now I want to show a different categories that I have told you that our API ninjas provide, which is lots of category, but I will just add 4 to 5 categories. But if you want, you can add some more categories over here. So I will choose some categories like business, or you can say amazing, yeah, education, equality, yeah, something. So let's add that categories over here. So first I'm going to show how to create the container and how to show that categories, and then we'll simply use a list view dot builder, not builder, just a list view to show that categories in the horizontal position. Now we'll pass a row, and here we'll write children. Now we'll create a container. Now here in the container, first I need to pass a decoration, box decoration, the color, which will be colors dot simply white. Now after this, I can pass a child, now a text widget again, a text widget. Inside the text widget, our first will be business, so we'll write business. Now the style and a text style. The color will be like colors black dot black. Yeah, and here you can see the first category. We can pass a size box so that there will be space between these two widgets. So here it is. Now so we can simply pass some margin. So let's wrap up with, I think so, wrapping up with the container, we can pass a margin over here. We'll write margin edge insert dot only from the left, which will be 20.0. Yeah. Now we'll simply pass a font size, which will be 20.0, and font weight will be simply bold. So we'll write font weight dot bold. Yeah. Now we can pass some padding to this category. So we'll pass a padding, which will be padding edge insert dot only from the, I want from the horizontal. Let's pass dot symmetric horizontal 20.0, and the vertical will be 5. Yeah, and we can simply pass the border radius to this container. So we'll pass border radius dot circular, and we'll simply pass, sorry, dot circular, we'll simply pass 20. Yeah, so this is our first category name, which is business. Now if you want, you can provide some more height from the top, so let's do up to 50. Yeah. Now our second category will be a, let's pass our second category, I think so. Let's pass amazing. Yeah, amazing. Let's pass amazing. And we'll paste it over here. We'll write amazing. So our second category, and a third category will be, so now if I'll add third category over here, then it will show the overflow error. Now let me show why it will show and how it will look and how we'll fix that. So we'll paste it over here, container again, and we'll simply call fitness. Yeah. So write fitness, and we'll paste it over here, and we'll simply write fitness. Yeah. So here, as I've told you that there will be overflow pixel error because we have passed this all in the row widget. Now we need to rename into the list view widget. So we are going to use list view, and we'll simply pass a scroll direction, which will be axis dot horizontal. A sync and wrap will be true. Yeah. So we'll simply wrap up with a container widget, and we'll simply pass the height up to 30, or let's pass up to 50. I think so 40. Yeah. So here it is. And now you can see a three categories that we have just added. Now, if you want, let's add two more categories. And if you want to add all the categories, you can also do that. It's up to your choice. We'll choose one happiness, and we'll paste it over here. We'll write H happiness, a fourth category, and the last category I'm going to choose like health. I think so. Let's pass knowledge, love, yeah, money. So love or money. So let's choose love, and we'll choose it over here, and we'll paste it over here, and we'll simply change to capital L. Yeah. So here it is, and here you can see our last category, which is love. Now we can simply pass the margin. I think so. I've already passed. We'll pass from the right, which will be 20.0. Yeah. So this is our five categories in our core tab, which is business, amazing, fitness, happiness, and love. So after this, we need to keep a track like what option that the user has selected. So for an example, if there will be a business, then we need to change a color or something to show that the user has selected a business category and they don't get confused like which category they have selected. So for that, I need to simply do one thing. I will simply create a boolean character, and here I will create a boolean character for the each one. So I will keep a business true because I will keep as a default. So like as soon as the app opens, it will simply show me the first code related to the business, then the amazing, which will be simply false, and the third will be fitness, and last will be happiness. So we'll just pass fitness to false, and the happiness will be false, and last love will be false. Yeah, something like this. Yeah. Now after this, here I need to simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method we need to pass something. But before that, if business will be true, it means that the user have already selected the business. Then we are going to show the container with a different color to indicate that this option or category has been selected by the user. So we'll paste it over here, something like this. We don't need a gesture detector on this. Yeah, so we'll remove this. Yeah. Now, in the business, what I'm going to do that we'll simply change the color of this container to yellow. So we'll simply select yellow, and here, so we'll simply pass a material widget, and we can pass elevation by using a material widget, which will be 5.0, and we need to wrap up with a container so that I can provide the margin to this material widget 2. So we'll remove this margin from here, we'll paste it over here, and we'll simply pass the border radius and the same border radius that we have passed to the container. So we'll copy and we'll paste it over here, something like this. Yeah, so here it is. And I think so, yeah, because there is a background image, so you can't see the elevation right now. So I think so elevation will not work over here, so I will simply remove this. Yeah, and wait a second. Yeah, so we'll, so material widget will not work over here because we have didn't pass any fixed color in the background. We have used a image, that's why we can't see elevation to in the container. And I think so it's look good. We can just simply change the color of the container, and if you want you can increase a size of an container. So let's increase a font size which will be 24, and if you want you can pass some more padding. So this yellow color will simply indicate that which category or option that the user has selected. Now, just below this category, I want to show one container where we'll show the code that has been shown according to the category that the user has selected. So we'll simply pass the height, which will be media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 2. I'm keeping it divide by 2. Maybe we can change it later. So we'll pass box decoration and we'll simply pass the color, which will be colors dot white. Yeah, so here you can see the container, but we need to also pass a margin. So edge insert dot only from the left 20.0, from the right 20.0. Now we need to also provide the height from the top. So size box height, which will be 40.0. Now we need to also provide the border radius. So we'll write border radius dot circular. We'll keep it up to 20. Yeah. So here you can see a container. So rather than passing a complete white color, let me pass a different black shade so that I can see the background. So here it is, and we can simply pass the color of the code in white so that I can see the text too. So it looks good. By this, I can see the background image that we have added. Now after this, let pass the code. So here I will simply pass the child, the column, and the children. Now we need to pass a code, so I will copy this text widget, will paste it over here. So let me pick some random code. So we'll copy this code and we'll paste it over here. Yeah, and we'll save it. We'll change up to white. Yeah, so here is our code, and we'll change the font size up to 30. I think so it's okay. Yeah, 25. Yeah, now after this we need to center this, so we'll pass text align, or we can pass a padding edge inset dot only from the left, which will be 50.0, and we can pass main axis alignment dot center. Yeah, and text align, so we'll pass text align dot center, something like this. Yeah, so here it is. I think so let's don't pass a padding, or let's pass from both left and right. Left 10.0, right 10.0. Yeah, I think so now it's look good. If you want you can pass some more padding according to your wish. 30. Yeah, so this is the code that we want to show. Now here, after the code is shown, I want to show the author name that have wrote this code. So here in the column widget. I'll copy this text widget again. We'll paste it over here and we'll simply pass the author name. So the author name is Roman Roland and we'll paste it over here and I think so we can do 20.0 W500, yeah, and the hyphen indicating the author, yeah. So here it is, and we can pass a size box up to height 20.0, or you can say up to 60.0, and so here you can see a quote and the author name that has wrote this code. So we have made a simple, or you can see a beautiful UI of a Quantify app, and here you can see a different categories. Let's move, and what I'm showing you that when the user will tap to this different categories, how the color of this container will be changed, and that will indicate which option that the user have selected. Now after this, here you can see a business. Now I think so I have removed one container from here, so we'll copy this, we'll paste it over here again, and this is amazing, yeah. So business, amazing, fitness, happiness, love, yeah, it is done. Now we'll simply change the text to, like, we'll copy this text, we'll paste it over here, something like this, yeah, and we'll simply wrap up with a gesture detector first. And here in the on tab, first I need to pass a business is equals to true, and the rest will be false. The reason for passing the rest to false is because if we have selected business and the amazing is also true, then we need to change it to false so that we can bring back to this white color to indicate that the which option user has selected. But if you don't pass false, there will be a case like it will don't indicate that which, it will indicate like there will be a two or more options selected at a time. So to handle that case, we need to simply pass other two false. Now we need to pass fitness to false, and happiness will be also false, and love will also false. Sorry, love will also be false, love will also be false, and the set state, yeah. So here it is. Now after this, we'll copy this, and we need to pass this case in each of one. So here, rather than doing this, I will copy this complete thing and will paste it over here, and yeah, and we'll change the text to amazing, and we'll also change it to amazing. So we'll write amazing, and here we'll simply change business to false, and amazing will be simply true, yeah. And same text over here, amazing. Now let's pass all these cases in the different categories that we have added. So there are two more categories, so we'll copy this again and we'll paste it over here. Now we need to change amazing to fitness, and we'll also change the text to fit in fitness, and business is false, correct, amazing will be false, and the fitness will be true, and change the text to fitness. So we'll write fitness, yeah, fitness. Now 2 more categories. So these are all the changes that we need to do. Now I will show you what I'm telling. So here the business category is selected. Now I will simply move to the amazing category, and here you can see that the business come back to the normal and amazing has been changed to a yellow container, indicating that this category has been selected. Now let's select love. So love and the amazing is back into the normal form. So this indicate that which category that the user has selected, and by that category we can show the code just down below. So now let's move and we'll connect the API that I have shown you, which is a Ninja API. So here let's move to the Ninja API website, and in the codes API you can see that here we are going to use this API over here. So as the user changes any of the categories from here, then we will show that the code here on the home page or in the screen accordingly. So here I need to first create a function name which will be like a fetch quote. So we'll write a future, and here I will simply pass a void, and here we'll simply write a function name which is fetch quote, and here we need to simply pass the category because we need to pass a category that the user have selected from the categories that we have shown here. Now after showing the category, I want to simply do one thing. I need to first write an async. Now we need to pass a final and a response, and in the response I will simply await, and here I need to first call a HTTP package so that I can simply call this link, and here you can see that a link start from HTTPS. So we need a HTTP package so that I can call this link in the Flutter app and can get the data from there. So it is a get function, as you can see here. So we are going to use http.get here. So there are numerous function that you can use to call the API. That one is post, one is get, and I think so there are some more APIs. If you want, let me know in the comment box. I will try to make all the HTTP request that you are looking for. Let's paste the HTTP package from the perspec.ml file, and we'll paste over here in the perspec.ml file. So here in the dependency, I will simply write a package name which is HTTP, and we'll simply call this package, and here you can see that package has run successfully. Yeah, so now let's move to the pub dev, and here I move to the HTTP package, as you can see here, and we'll simply call this import package, and we'll paste it here, and we'll simply write as HTTP. Yeah, so here it is, and you can simply copy this package and you can paste here, though we have already wrote, but you can directly want, you can also copy and paste the package over here. So if you face a version error, simply remove that version. It will take the version according to the Flutter version you are using. Now we can simply write http dot get, and we'll get the URL. So here we need to paste the URL, but before that I need to write URI dot parse, and here we need to parse a URL that I'm going to paste now. So here I need to simply paste that link. So this is the link that I was talking about. So we'll paste that link over here, and here we need to pass an header. So here you will see that there is a header we need to pass, which is a X API key. So first, if you are going to use this API, Ninja's API, directly create an account, like sign up with your account, and it is totally free. You don't have to pay anything to sign up in this API key, in this API. So first sign up and you will get one API, and you can directly use that API in the X API key, and then you can use this link to call the different APIs. Now here we need to pass that X API key in the header so that we can get the data from the link. So first we need to pass a content type. So we'll write content and we'll pass type. So it is an application JSON. So we'll write application and we'll write JSON. Okay. Now after this we need to write exact file name that has been wrote over there. So it is XAPI and here it is a key. So now I'm going to paste my key over here. I will recommend you to use your own API key over here. Don't paste my API key because it will won't work, because after this video I'm going to remove that API key from the website where I have logged in. Now after this here I need to simply pass like if the response status code, if the status code is 200, that means that if the our code has run successfully and they have get all the data while calling this API, then what function we need to execute. So here we need to call a list, because as you see here there is a list and here it is a map. So the thing which appear on the square bracket, it's a list, and the thing which appear on the curly braces is a map. So here you can see a map is a combination of key value pair. So there is a key which is string and the value is also in the string. So we need to call all the things on the string, but I am going to use a dynamic. So for an instance, if there will be anything like a number or a author name is not given or it is completely blank, then we can directly get the data, we won't face any error. So that's why I'm going to use a map string dynamic, and here I am passing the list dynamic because all the data is in the form of the list then on the map. So first I'm going to call the list. So here I'm going to call the list which is dynamic and will simply name JSON data. Now after this I need to decode the body. So we'll write response dot body, and here we'll write response dot body. Now after this I need to pass if JSON data is not empty. So for an example, I have called the body I'm talking about is this body. So for an example, I have called this list and I've got this as a result as a map, and here we pass the map, and if it is not empty then I will move and will simply call the map. So I've told you this is a map, so we'll call a map and we'll pass a string dynamic. Now after this our map name is quote data is equals to JSON data and a zero because I'm going to get a first map of this list. So that's why I passed JSON data 0. Now after this I need to simply get the code and the author name. So here I'm going to create a string which is first a quote and a second one we can write like author name and a null string. Now here once the map is called I will simply store the data. So we'll write quote is equals to, yeah, quote data, and we'll write exact the quote name. So we'll copy this, we'll paste it over here. It's a quote data, yeah, here it is, and the author name. So we'll write author equals to quote data again, and the exact field name which is author, or you can say a key name, and here it is. So we have stored all the data. Now here when we are passing a category, we need to pass a category exactly over here. That's why I can get a detail of that respective, not a detail, a code of that respective category. So here now let's move to this function, and where we are changing the color of business, we need to simply call this function so that I can get the data. So I will write fetch code and will write exact a category name which is business, I think so, business, yeah, Let's make it small. Otherwise, it will show that error that the category is mismatched and you can't get the result. So here you pass fetch quote and will pass a sync. Now we'll pass a wait. Sorry, fetch quote. Yeah, here it is. Now we need to pass in all the respective field. So we'll write a sync, and here is amazing, amazing. Yeah, and the third one is, I think so. Third one is fitness. So we'll write fitness, fitness, and fourth one is happiness. So we'll write happiness, fetch code, and it's happiness. So HAPPINESS, happiness, and a last one is love. So we'll write love, sync, paste directly, we'll pass a sync and the love. Okay, so we have wrote all the, we have called all the function in the respective gesture detector of each category that we have shown here. Now we can simply call them, but before that we need to pass a set state over here so that the data will be changed frequently as we select any of the category from here. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's pass a set state something over here. Yeah, and a quote. So we'll simply write a quote over here, and we'll write text which it is quote. So we'll write quote and author name. So we'll write author name. So we'll add plus the author name. Here it is. Yeah, so here it is. Now let's hot restart the app and let's test the app. So null check character use on the null value. So first of all, it is null because the data haven't passed till now in the code and the author. So our business was a default data for the code and the author. So in the init state, I need to simply first call a fetch code function, and here I need to simply pass a business. So we'll write fetch
this
code
is it
and
from
we'll
this
pass
video, and you
business.
have added
Yeah.
4
Now
apps to
let's
your
hot restart
app
the app
bucket
again.
list, and I am sure that you
So
got
here
to know
you can see
lots
a
of things
code
regarding the
that we have get
API
from the
integration.
business. I
Now
am no
you can
longer
make your own
dependent on the
app
movie
and can
business to
simply
make a living.
integrate any
So
of
if
the
I want to
APIs
make
that you want.
movies as
So
other
show
old
your
guys
support by
could
hitting that
play gold,
subscribe
I
button,
can.
and let's achieve
Francis
the aim
Ford
of 1k likes on
Coppola.
this video. Until
Now
then,
let's move to
keep
the
coding,
amazing,
keep having
and
fun. I will
when
see
I'll
you
tap
next
to
time.
amazing, here
Thanks
you
for
can see that
watching.
it frequently changed the code to amazing. Now when I'll tap to fitness, it will show me the code related to fitness, and I believe that the best buy in public health today must be combination of regular physical exercise and a health diet by Julie Bissell. So here now our fourth happiness. So here the code regarding happiness, and last one is love. So love, yeah. So as you can see that how our app is working, and by just changing to different categories each time our API is being get called according to the category we have passed, and the data is shown in just a few seconds.